Nice to see you, several of you from yesterday, and I think it went more smooth through our security process today, and thanks again for your understanding on yesterday. So thanks for coming today for the workshop on positive train control. My name is Jim Swartz. I'm on the staff of the Spectrum and Competition Policy Division of the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau here at the FCC. Starting it off, we'll have some opening remarks and introductions, and it is my pleasure to introduce Roger Sherman, Chief of the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau.
Thanks, Jim. Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to be here to introduce this workshop aimed at providing information regarding FCC compliance with the National Historic Preservation Act and the National Environmental Policy Act. As you're all aware, these laws mandate that the FCC consider the impact of federal undertakings on historic properties and the environment. As you also know, the deployment of equipment necessary to support positive train control is covered by these laws. There are other laws at work here, most notably the Rail Safety Improvement Act, the 2008 measure that requires certain freight and passenger railroads to deploy interoperable PTC systems by the end of December 2015. Complying with all three laws has been and will continue to be a challenge. But let me be clear, safety initiatives like PTC and environmental and historic preservation are not mutually exclusive. We believe that PTC can be implemented in an efficient manner while complying with NIPA and NEPA. The program comment adopted by the ACHP was a significant step towards PTC deployment. The FCC, ACHP, and Federal Rail Administration staff spent hours crafting a streamlined process that is appropriately tailored to unique PTC circumstances. With the adoption of the program comment, I think it's accurate to say that the incentives of most parties are aligned. We all want to see the deployment of PTC as quickly as possible. We all want to make the process as efficient as we can, and we all want to move these projects through the FCC expeditiously. Many stakeholders continue to offer constructive suggestions as we move to implement the agreement and put the concepts into practice. Most understand that implementation will be hard and that putting even the best ideas into practice is often more difficult than expected. But the FCC staff is committed to doing everything we can to make this work. The chairman has made that very clear to all involved. Unfortunately, some stakeholders, mainly through their trade association, seem more interested in going on the record with potential concerns about implementation. These tactics are counterproductive. Instead of devoting resources to attacking the motives of the FCC staff, stakeholders should be working collaboratively to solve problems. If any party feels that they're not getting an answer from the FCC staff or the FCC staff is going down a wrong path, I want you to contact me directly. I invite you to call me directly to discuss your concerns. I can promise you that we will always listen carefully to critiques about how we're approaching a problem. We're always open to suggested improvements, and we'll welcome all good ideas. But you're not going to get a positive reception if you suggest that FCC staff is deliberately impeding PTC implementation. That's not a credible assertion. Now that you know how I really feel, let's move on to the agenda for today. The workshop is structured to help you build on the program comment and understand how the process will work in practice. FCC staff will provide an overview of the process and practical guidance. Fortunately, we also have SHPO and THPOs here today to share their perspective on the review process and guidance for best practices. Finally, the workshop will cover NEPA requirements and process as well. I'd like to thank the FCC infrastructure team for its work putting together today's workshop, and I would like to thank all of our panelists for taking time to participate, especially the Tribal Historic Preservation Officers and State Historic Preservation Officers who traveled to D.C. for this event. Let me close by reiterating that the doors of the Wireless Bureau are open. As you work through this process, please let us know if you have suggestions or ideas that will get us to our common goal more efficiently. We're listening. Thanks for your attention, and I hope that you find today's workshop informative.
Good morning. I'm Jessica Allman, Chief of Staff of the Wireless Bureau. I would just like to say it's time for all of us to get to work and get PTC infrastructure deployed. While our goal remains enabling the railroads to install PTC in a timely manner, Reaching that goal is largely dependent on the railroads fulfilling their obligations underneath the FCC rules and the program comment. Today's presentation covers what's expected of the railroads, their employees, and consultants for both the Section 106 review process that is governed by the program comment and the NEPA review process. I just have a few recommendations that I will hope you take to heart as we all move through this process. Please, get started early. Make maps available to the tribal nations and SHPOs showing where the build-out must occur. And if you intend to propose alternative agreements for review, get those discussions started now. Second, ensure submissions to TCNS and E106 are complete and accurate. If a party prefers to receive submission through a different mechanism, please honor that request. Third, respond promptly to requests or inquiries from SHPOs and tribal nations. If you find yourself in a disagreement, make a good faith effort to work out your differences or invoke the dispute resolution processes in the program comment. When disputes arise, do not hesitate to contact us. Finally, follow the required procedures to consider the environmental effects of the proposed construction. I'd like to echo Roger's remarks. Our doors are open. If the process is confusing or if you run into a roadblock, please reach out to us. We have a list of frequently asked questions on our website, and we will continue to update that list as we make our way through the process. We're running a little late, so I'm going to be short, and I'll get out of the way so you can actually hear from the experts on all of these issues. Thank you.
Okay, before we get started with the presentations, I'd like to mention a few housekeeping items we had. They're the same as yesterday, so I'll be brief as well. We have sign-in sheets for attendees in the press at the back of the table. We have a couple of documents at the back of the table. The program includes the agenda for the day and speakers' bios. We also have a list of local eateries, which is probably the most valuable. We're streaming the workshop live on the web today. This is an interactive workshop. We're hoping there will be time for questions during each panel. If you are here in the room and you can submit your questions on note cards provided, we have staff available to collect them. It's a repeat of yesterday's mechanics there. If you're watching remotely, you can submit your questions via email to livequestions, that's plural, livequestions@fcc.gov. But please include your name and company affiliation with all questions. Please submit your questions throughout the day as soon as you think of them. Given the volume of questions and time constraints, we will try to get in as many questions as possible. So let's see. We will now begin with our next speaker, which is Joelle Gehring, our biologist, here with the Spectrum and Competition Policy Division.
Thank you, Jim. Can everyone hear me all right? Good. I'm choosing to stand up here instead of sit like yesterday. It's easier to see everyone at the same time. So my name is Joelle Gehring. If you guys weren't here yesterday, this is new information, but if you weren't here, then this is new. I'm the biologist with the FCC. I've been here since December of 2012, and a little bit of history. I worked with communication towers in my position with Michigan State University as a researcher, and I've been working on the issue for about 11 years. And before that, I was a PhD student at Purdue University. Before that, a master's student at West Virginia University. And before that, a bachelor's student at University of Wisconsin-Stevens Point. So I just heard the Nationals were playing the Brewers. I hope you guys can listen to me appropriately because of that. Today I'm going to be talking about the biological issues that we need to consider with PTC. And I'm excited, and I have been working with you guys up until now, and I'm excited to continue that. Things are coming together. Anyone who's been a part of the process over time, we were trying to figure out what to do and how we can make it as expedited as possible and as simple as possible, and we are making progress on that. And I know we can work together to minimize and eliminate any adverse effects on biological systems. The three bullets we have here include threatened and endangered species, which is what we're going to spend most of our time talking about today, and then migratory birds a little bit, but I don't see PTC as being a huge concern overall for migratory birds. And the bald eagles and golden eagles, we need to consider the Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act. All right, so these working within threatened and endangered species in the context of PTC, we're taking language from the Commission's rules, and I want to emphasize in the highlighted portion at the end that we're not just considering endangered species, we're considering threatened species and any critical habitats that are designated as well. And by the way, these slides and any handouts that I mention are available online, and some handouts should also be available on the tables as you walk in, if there's enough left. Okay, and when it comes to the Endangered Species Act, we include both plants and animals. Oftentimes we think about animals first, but plants are also included in the Act. So in order to determine if we have threatened and endangered species, and when I say T&E, that's what I'm talking about, in order to determine if we have species to consider at the site of our proposed PTC pole or in other infrastructure, we need to do a search. And we have several options for that, but probably the most straightforward and most expedited easiest, most straightforward method to do that is the IPAC system. In the Fish and Wildlife Service, we've proposed throughout this whole process of developing how do we handle these large numbers of poles that we're going to be putting in the landscape. We've talked about and thrown around a couple different ideas, but what we've come to, the best conclusion that the Fish and Wildlife Service is proposing that we use the IPAC system. This is the Information Planning and Conservation online tool from the Fish and Wildlife Service. It's, I won't say brand new, but it's pretty new. And there are still a few parts of it that aren't complete, or some that are more complete than others for different areas of the country. But I really feel it's going to be a straightforward and easy tool. So there are directions and on the tables as you come in. If you haven't picked those up, if there are none left when you go to find one, look online, because there are all of these things should be online for you. But what you're going to see when you start using the IPAC system, and the email or the web address is right there, is this is one of your first screens. And initial project scoping. I'm going to take you through the steps a little bit, just so it doesn't seem so overwhelming and a black box. It's really quite easy. So we have initial project scoping. We can select up here, and we have these maps. We can zoom in and just use our knowledge of the site we want to develop to select and draw a polygon around it. Here's your tool for drawing, or right here it says upload. And if anyone works with GIS, Geographic Information Systems, we are familiar with shape files, and we can actually upload shape files into the IPAC system. The one specific challenge that PTC will have is that we're dealing with large numbers of poles. And I've asked the Fish and Wildlife Service a few times, can we load multiple pole sites in one shape file? It would be wonderful, right? Just put all our poles in one shape file and upload them into IPAC and get results for each pole. But unfortunately, IPAC is not quite ready for that. What we're going to have to do is load each pole individually or in subdivisions, whatever you choose. But if we want to get results for individual pole locations, we will have to use a separate shape file for each of those. And I think people will have to see how it's going for them. If we enter in, say for example, a subdivision of PTC poles, and we get back, one endangered species that potentially could be impacted by that subdivision. Well, if we want to know specifically which pole that is, we'll have to go back and enter in each pole within that subdivision. Another option might be to look at that subdivision and also look at species ranges, which is an option within IPAC, and you'll be able to actually say, okay, this pole is a little bit out of the range of this endangered species. So I think people are going to just have to see how it goes, and different parts of the country will be different. And I can talk a little bit more about the whooping crane in a second, but that's going to be a species that's going to come up for a swath of the country. But as I'll go into a little bit more detail later, I don't expect that there will be any impacts to that endangered species from the PTC system. So, we're going to have to, I would like to work together on this because I think we can help each other a lot. So once you enter it, either upload your shape files or go in and visually select where your infrastructure and your PTC poles will be, and you push continue, and it's going to ask you what type of development you have. This PTC or this IPAC system is designed for a lot of different things. Forestry, guidance, building a dam, anything. And so this, I would suggest people use communications towers right there as a description of your project. And once you hit continue from there, this is just an example. I randomly selected, I think it was in Kansas, and you'll be able to get an output for that specific location, and that will include whether there are any endangered species there. This is the contact information for the appropriate field office if you need to contact them. It will provide a small map. It will also provide a list of the endangered species. This is just a continuation of the same web page. Same output. For this particular situation that I selected, my example, we had least tern, piping plover, and I can't read that from here, Topeka shiner, I think, and northern long-eared bat. So, and you'll see the status of them, and you'll be able to understand what you're dealing with at either the subdivision or your shapefile or at that particular pole, depending on how you entered the data. Okay, you'll also get information on whether there's any issues with a national wildlife refuge at that particular site. You'll also get information about migratory birds. Now, this is going to be, as I mentioned before, I don't think that we'll have a lot of adverse effects because of the height of the poles. I'll talk about that in a second. But it will give you some information on migratory birds, but only those species that are considered of conservation concern from the Fish and Wildlife Service. And you will get information on wetlands at that particular site. Okay, so you'll have a list of valuable information. Okay, and so what happens? What happens if you have no threatened endangered species? You can then include those results in an EA if you have to prepare one anyway. Otherwise, keep that information on file. All right, so what happens if you do have a listed or proposed threatened endangered species or designated critical habitats, and they're in that county or in that shapefile that you've entered, but you do not expect that PTC will provide an impact or an adverse impact on that species? At that time, you need to explain how you came to that determination and keep that on file, and also, provide that determination in a concise, good way, clear way. So I think that I want to talk a little bit at this point about how I think that this is going to be the case with many of the endangered species hits that we might encounter with PTC. For example, I'll use whooping crane as an example. The structures that are included in PTC are not very tall, they're not lit, they're not guy wired, so I don't expect that whooping cranes will will be adversely impacted. So what do we do then? Okay, well, I, with the support of my supervisors, I would like to provide language for you for specific species that is consistent with what the Fish and Wildlife Service would be expecting. For example, the whooping crane, just basically what I've just said. We do not feel that this species will be adversely impacted because of blah, 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 blah. And that I'm hoping, it will be an option for you to be able to use that language if you choose, and it will be a language that the Fish and Wildlife Service will be familiar with, because I have worked with these agencies for many years. And it will be helpful. I think it will expedite everybody's efforts. Okay, and so that's something that I can work with you to develop. Some of the species will be very obvious. Some species will be a little more challenging, but I know that there are several species, or more than several, that I can help you with. Okay, so what if you have a situation where you have a proposed antenna structure and it may affect but is not likely to adversely affect? And this is where you would want to work with the Fish and Wildlife Service, getting a letter concurring that this is the situation. So it may affect but is not likely to. So you'd want to make a case and provide a letter from the Fish and Wildlife Service concurring. Oftentimes there are simple fixes for things like Indiana bat, which will come up. I can guarantee someone here will see the word Indiana bat on their species list. And if there is any concern that it may be adversely impacted by a PTC, sometimes it's a very simple fix, such as no construction during the roosting season, no removal of roost trees. And that's quite easy to work around. Roost trees are big, old trees. You guys aren't probably going to have any of those in your railroad rights of way anyway. So, there are many things that we can do, and oftentimes it's fairly easy. Okay, if they're present in endangered species and the proposed antenna structure may affect and is likely to adversely affect, that's when a formal biological assessment would need to be prepared. Okay, and we can work with you on that as well, and we will work with you. All right, so that's the meat of my presentation, but there are a few other things I want to mention, and that being migratory birds. We have the Migratory Bird Treaty Act that we need to consider. And communications towers, remember the difference between communications towers and PTC poles, quite different as far as their height and whether they're guide and lit. But in general, I wanted to just share that the reason migratory birds comes up so often when we're dealing with communications towers of any type is because our taller guide towers are involved in 4 million to 50 million bird fatalities in the United States every year. Okay, some of those numbers have been refined, about 6.8 million birds. It was estimated by Longcore et al. 2012, which is a little more refined. And but one thing to point out is these are almost all violations of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, in that they are warblers, vireos, tanagers, birds that are breeding up in Canada, migrating all the way down to Mexico, Central America, etc., for the winter. So again, these are songbirds, vireos, warblers, thrushes. These are night migrating birds, typically, most of these birds. Shorebirds and waterfowl are also involved in avian collisions, but again, more so with guide towers and more tall towers and lit towers. Just for a little bit of background on that topic, weather can be is a big variable on whether a bird collides with a communication tower or not. In inclement weather, with cloudy conditions, snowy, low visibility, that's when we see birds attracted into the lights of taller communications towers. Again, I mentioned tower support systems, whether it's guide or unguide. Tower heights, taller towers are involved in more avian fatalities. And tower light systems, towers lit with constantly burning lights that don't flash, are involved with more. They're involved with more avian collisions. And then location in the landscape. If you have towers located near bird concentration areas, of course, they would be more likely to be involved in collisions. So one thing I do want to emphasize, even though I don't think that we'll have a big issue with migratory birds and in the PTC system, is lighting. And we do not want to attract birds into any type of structure and they are attracted at night oftentimes to constantly lit, constantly illuminated anything. So we need to consider that if we're planning any security lighting or if there are any PTC poles that will have lighting on them. Anytime we can use flashing light or just darkness, that is preferred over a constantly burning light. Okay, and then I'm almost done here. Last thing I have on here is the bald eagles and golden eagles. We have the Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act that needs to be considered, and oftentimes we're, as wildlife biologists, we're working on coming up with a nice, complete database of where eagle nests are in the landscape, but we're still developing that, and as a wildlife community, and so at this time we have bits and pieces of data, and they may or may not, bald eagles or golden eagles may or may not come up in your IPAC analysis. So just be aware that any bald and golden eagle nests could be something of a concern for the Fish and Wildlife Service field offices. Okay. So I look forward to working with you guys, and please, I have to leave after this. Okay, thank you. I have to leave after this presentation. We worked so hard to get everybody's schedules aligned, and this is the one day in June where I have a commitment. And so I have to leave right after my presentation, but I just wanted to make sure that you guys know how to reach me. And I've been interacting with some of the people in the room in the past, and I would like to continue to do so. And please just contact me or email me, call me if you have any questions about anything or if I might be able to help you. Okay, there is a question. Okay, what is the web link where we can find, it says information, and I'm not sure if that's IPAC information or just this general information. So can someone help me with where these presentations will be online? FCC.gov.
Right. Let's see.
Okay, www.fcc.gov/events.
Yes.
Thank you, Jim. And as far as the IPAC, let me read off the website for that too. Again, it's on the handouts, which are available at the tables, and it's online. But that's ECOS, ecos.fws.gov/IPAC. So it's ecos.fws for Fish and Wildlife Service.gov/IPAC/. Okay? Any other questions? Okay. Let me know. Call me or email me if you have any issues.
Good morning and welcome. Is this on? Yeah. Okay. I'm Jeffrey Steinberg. I think many of you know me. I'm Deputy Chief of the Spectrum and Competition Policy Division, and I am, in that capacity, I am the manager of the Wireless Bureau's infrastructure work. So I've been deep in the weeds of the PTC issues for many months at this point. Thank you. Glad to see everybody here. I think it'll just echo what Roger and Jessica said at the beginning of the day, that we've come a long way. We have a lot of work to do together, and I am looking forward to doing it together in order to achieve our mutual goals. So what I'm going to be doing for the next hour or so, actually, along with you, is talking about the PTC program comment, which I think is probably the big issue on everybody's minds at this point. I'm going to walk through it in pretty considerable detail, how talking about how the FCC reads it, incorporating the guidance that I'm sure many of you have already seen, and then plan to have plenty of time left for discussion of issues arising under the program comment as well. Yes. So to begin, I'll just go very briefly through some background. I think everybody knows what the program comment is and why we have it, but just for a very brief review, we're required to comply with Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act because of the FCC's licensing of spectrum that makes the construction of the PTC poles into a federal undertaking under the NHPA. Ordinarily, the backstop under the NHPA is that the compliance process is to be done following the rules of the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation. The ACHP rules provide for several forms of program alternatives. The FCC has its nationwide programmatic agreement, which is a general alternative for our processes. But what we worked out with the ACHP and what ACHP issued was the program comment as yet another alternative to the alternative, so that this is the way that Section 106 compliance is now done for the PTC wayside poles. It supersedes the ACHP rules and the FCC programmatic agreements, actually both the co-location agreement and the nationwide programmatic agreement for those PTC poles. Was issued by ACHP on May 16th and became effective on May 19th, so it is now in effect as the means for doing Section 106 review. Just a quick outline of what I'm going to cover. I'm first going to talk about the scope of what comes under the program comment, what portions of the PTC build are covered. Those portions that are not covered by the program comment are still subject to our NPA and co-location agreement. Very briefly talking about the provision for exemption of review by other federal agencies, which is a very small piece of the program comment, but an important one. Then I'll talk at a little more length about the exclusions that are built into the program comment. A little bit about alternative agreements. We're going to have a separate session on that this afternoon, but I'll just put it in context a little bit. And then finally, probably the bulk of where the rubber really hits the road is the whole review process. So to begin with the scope of the program comment, it covers PTC wayside poles and associated infrastructure, such as the equipment shelters that go with those poles, and minor cabling, for instance, between an equipment cabinet and a pole. In order to qualify for the program comment, the pole and anything associated with it must be no more than 75 feet in height, and it must be in the existing railroad rights-of-way. And what we heard from all of you is that is sufficient to cover the things that you're putting up and down the right-of-way. It doesn't cover necessarily the base stations that have to go with this construction. One other important thing about scope is that the program comment does not apply on tribal land without the tribal nation's consent. So if your rail line runs through an Indian reservation, you need to work with the tribe on what is the process within that land, but in general, failing any other kind of agreement, it's the ACHP rules, because our programmatic agreements also don't apply on tribal land. This is a necessary part of tribal sovereignty, that basically on its own land, that the tribal nation is the sovereign, and so it needs to agree to what the process is going to be. Now, of course, since we have the alternative agreement section in the program comment, that leaves lots of flexibility that you might not otherwise have to negotiate with the tribal nation what makes sense, and we're certainly encouraging tribal nations to use an efficient process on their land as well, but the fact remains that they are the sovereign. The federal agency's exemption, this provides that when other federal agencies other than the FCC have Section 106 obligations, they are not required to consider the effects on historic properties of PTC components that are within the scope of the program comment. In other words, if the FCC, if you're following the program comment with the FCC, or if it is excluded under the program comment, which also is within the scope, and the project is on BLM land or under, perhaps some future arrangement, you're receiving funding from DOT to build out this part of positive train control, DOT doesn't have any obligations. BLM wouldn't have any obligations. Forest Service. It's the FCC's review or the exclusion from FCC review fully covers those other agencies, which is definitely an exception to the way Section 106 ordinarily works. Ordinarily, every agency has to go through its own process and can, on a case-by-case basis, agree, to sort of review what the other agency did, and it could be adequate, but ordinarily, one agency's program comment doesn't cover another, so this is an exception to that. Just a note for that at the bottom, if you're talking about PTC facilities that are not covered by the program comment, such as a base station away from the right-of-way, then that's subject to the ordinary rules. So you would need to get BLM, for instance, their appropriate completion of the process, as well as the FCC's. So what's excluded from review? There are a number of different exclusions. The first one is for facilities that are within 500 feet of existing railroad signal equipment, a catenary bridge or mast, or above-ground utility transmission or distribution lines. In other words, near these types of existing railroad infrastructure. A few conditions for this to apply. The nearby infrastructure must be at least 25 feet tall. If it's utility lines that you're near, the utility lines themselves must be within 100 feet of the right-of-way center line. So you can't, piggyback on utility line that's 500 feet away from the right-of-way. And finally, the facility itself must not be within the boundaries of a listed or determined eligible historic property. So you do need to check the National Register, see if there's something listed that is, right there that encompasses the site, or something that's been determined eligible by the SHPO, or by the keeper of the National Register, or a tribal historic preservation officer. Second exclusion is for co-locations on existing railroad infrastructure. You've already got some kind of a pole or some other structure in the right-of-way in place, and all you're doing here is putting a new antenna on it. In order to qualify for this exclusion, the antenna itself must be of a height of 10 feet or less, and the structure that you're putting it on can't be something that's listed or determined eligible. So if you wanted to put one on your historic train station, your depot, which happens to be located there, and that depot is recognized as a historic property, then you would have to go through the program comment process. But I expect that this is going to exclude the vast majority of co-locations. From my understanding, there would be very, very few cases where one of those carve-outs would apply. Third carve-out is the exclusion is for facilities that are within a track yard system of greater than 100,000 square feet, and the program comment cites what a track yard is. I expect most of you, particularly those of you who are with the railroads rather than the consultants, know much better than I do what a track yard system is, so I'm not going to discuss that definition. And again, the carve-out from that one is if the facility is within 500 feet of a listed or determined eligible historic property, then you would not be able to use the exclusion. A couple of additional things that fall within the category, they're not quite exclusions in the traditional sense, but are treated in the same section of the program comment. If there are effects on the rails or the track beds themselves, those need not be considered as effects on historic properties. This would apply in a case where a section of track has been designated as historic. There is not going to be an adverse effect because that says the pole is next to the track, it affects the track. The reasoning on that is, what's historic about the track may be that, it's old, it's been used, but there's infrastructure along the track. The track itself is not affected by putting a pole up next to it. Similarly, the track bed, the soil itself. However, if there are archaeological resources within the track bed, then those do have to be considered. Those are not excluded from consideration. And the last provision is that SHPOs or tribal nations may create their own exclusions if the SHPO of X state says, you don't even need to consider between Jonesville and Jamestown because we know that there's nothing historic in that area, then fine, you're okay with the SHPO there, nothing else to do. So, still as part of the excluded, a question an obvious question that came up is what do we have to do if the infrastructure is excluded? Because the program comment itself says that these excluded sites do need to be submitted, and there's, it does make sense that while the exclusion is an exclusion from review, there's also reason to check on, is the exclusion itself actually apply, and particularly with this respect to being within the boundary of a historic property or under the track yard exclusion within 500 feet of a historic property where there may be properties that are known, for instance, to an Indian tribe, but are not available in any public records. So they may be able to speak up and say, no, this isn't an exclusion because it's within the boundaries of the historic property. So the program comment did not set forth any procedures for that. So this is where we have thought about it in terms of the FCC and made what we consider reasonable interpretations of the process to spell out, once these things are submitted, what reasonably needs to be done to make sure that, and consistent with what we understand to be the intent of the program comment, that these exclusions happen and that they fulfill their function as exclusions, but also that that they're exercised appropriately and consistent with the program comment procedures. So first of all, as I said, the program comment itself on its face requires submission to the SHPOs and to the tribal nations of these excluded poles. Again, unless there's an alternative agreement providing for something else. They are submitted through E106 and TCNS. That's also specified in the program comment. What you need to include for these excluded poles is only the location information and the basis for the exclusion. I'll be going, in a little while, walking through what goes into the submission for poles that are not excluded from review, but the other aspects of that, particularly in terms of nearby historic properties, are not required if the pole is excluded. So what happens then is that within the 30 days, the same 30 days that's provided for review of the poles that are not excluded, a SHPO or a tribal nation may identify particular infrastructure as, in fact, not being eligible for the exclusion. And an example of that, as I've indicated here, is that a pole that's within 500 feet of railroad infrastructure and therefore that the railroad believes is excluded on that basis may be identified by the SHPO or the tribal nation as in fact being within the boundaries of a historic property. If a SHPO or a tribal nation finds something like that, we encourage them to come to you, to the railroads. Maybe there's a very simple answer to that. That the railroad might find the best answer is, if they come up with the evidence to agree that this is within the boundaries and go through the process at that point. Or maybe there was a misunderstanding on their part of something and it can be worked out. However, it's not subject to all of the procedures So, certainly the non-responsiveness, anything like that, the extra 10 days that is, required under the program comment for polls that are subject to review, because this is intended to be a more simple identify, move on. So we have, the way we've, decided to work with that is that a SHPO or a tribal nation ultimately has to raise directly with the FCC within the 30-day period if they find something that's not reviewed, and we would then reach a decision on where to move forward from there. Alternative agreements, which again I'm going to cover very quickly at this point, but the program comment is clear that a railroad may agree with SHPOs and with tribal nations on alternatives to the program comment process. Only a few basic procedural constraints on, or guidelines for that. The agreement must be in writing. It must be filed with the FCC. We do not need to agree to what the process is. We just need to know what it is after it's done. You can reach one agreement with multiple parties if you want to, if there are, 6 tribal nations in the area, reach one big agreement with all of them. That's great. Include the SHPO in the same agreement, multiple SHPOs, whatever works. As part of the alternative agreement, it could include a method of submission other than using TCNS and E106. However, if the agreement does not include all the SHPOs and all of the tribal nations that have an interest in a geographic area, the railroad is still required to follow the program comment with any SHPOs or tribal nations that are not parties to the agreement. So now we're going to get into the weeds of the review process, beginning with submitting the proposed infrastructure, the polls and related infrastructure. The submissions occur through TCNS and E106. These are our established methods. They are efficient for identifying the correct tribal nations. They're what the tribal nations and many of the SHPOs are accustomed to working with. However, if there's a tribal nation or a SHPO that does not accept submission through these means, also provide the information through the means that tribal nation or that SHPO will accept the information. I think about half of the SHPOs now, maybe not quite half, accept E106 as the means of submitting communications projects. A number of them also will work with E106 and like it, but because of state archive rules or something may require a hard copy submission in addition. Tribal nations generally, want TCNS. They like it. It works. There are some that sometimes in addition may want something submitted in another way. And again, the program comment requires work with that. Each filing may include multiple sites. This is the batching, what we have set up. This is an exception to the way that TCNS and E106 typically work. And I'm going to talk through in a moment, how the batching works, and we've issued guidance on that's on the website. But beginning with the beginning, though, of the submission contents, how you do this. First, complete all of the required fields in TCNS and E106. You've got to do that, or the system is going to just spit it back out at you. There are some fields on TCNS or 106 because these systems were set up for a specific site where it's going to ask you, what are the coordinates of this site? For purposes of these submissions, just enter a representative for one of the polls that's included within the batch. The next step then is the crucial one. Check the box saying that this is a submission under the PTC program comment that we now have in both TCNS and E106. And that's the first clue that a SHPO or a tribal nation reading this is going to have, saying, okay, this is not your standard, one-off tower. This particular coordinate here isn't really what we need to look at. What we need to look at is the more detailed information that's attached to it. In the description field, there's certain general information that we want you to provide. The number of polls that are contained within this submission, and whether this submission consists of polls that are subject to review, polls that are excluded, or a combination of the two. The program comment provides, submit a map. The map should be at least a scale of 1 to 24,000, or else something that's, an interactive type of map that the user can expand to that scale. This is pretty standard with usual practice in the preservation community. It's basically a scale that's enough to enable the reviewer to really see and understand what's there. Google Earth is a very common format for these, one that we encourage you to consider using. It's one that many SHPOs and tribal nations are used to working with. USGS topographic maps are another common standard. We prefer that, and many of the reviewers prefer that you use an interactive format. They are not all equipped to deal with that, but those that are tend to like it. Include the locations of the poles, and this is both the excluded and the subject to review. Include them by marking them on the map, as well as providing in an attachment the latitude and longitude, or in an overlay that's accessible from the map. We ask that the poles be numbered consecutively from north to south or from east to west. We've heard from a number of both the tribal nations and the SHPOs that this really is important so that they can deal, if they need to communicate back and forth about a particular pole, they know what they're talking about. Doesn't have to be starting at 1 on each individual map and going to some number. If you have a system internally that numbers all the poles from Chicago to New Orleans from 1 to 700, you can use that system and just say this particular piece of the map is pole numbers 516 to 538. Or if you have a letter prefix in front of them, something like that, that's fine. But just as long as they're consecutive. If for some reason you have an internal system that says this is pole 92 and this is pole 3 and the next one's pole 12, that really doesn't work. Include relevant topographic information and other background information. Third part of the contents, and now we're into the parts that are not required for the excluded poles. This is for the for the ones that are subject to review. The height, the type, the installation technique for each pole. Include a photograph of each type of pole that's within a submission. Ordinarily, if you're using, the same type of pole consistently along a stretch of track, there may be one photo. But if, somewhere within this you're changing over from one type of pole to another, then include photographs of both of them. Include all the listed or determined eligible historic properties that are within a quarter mile of each pole location. Determined eligible, as I went over before, includes if there's been a determination by the keeper of the National Register, by the SHPO, or by a tribal nation as identified through a reasonable search of the SHPO's and the tribal nation's records, as well as the keeper's lists, which are pretty straightforward. If there are historic properties within this quarter-mile radius, include the boundaries of those historic properties on the map. And the fourth set of things for the submission, to the extent that you considered alternative locations or strategies for minimizing effects or mitigating adverse effects of any poles within the submission, include an attachment just describing in narrative form the nature of what it is that you considered. This would only be relevant if you have determined that a pole would have an adverse effect on historic properties. Obviously, if your own evaluation is that there's nothing there or there's no effects, then there's no need to move on to these considerations of alternatives or mitigation. If there are excluded poles within the submission, provide the basis for the exclusion. And finally, a couple of other things just for planning purposes, really, for the SHPOs and the tribal nations that are reviewing, the locations of nearby base stations, and also the sources of fill material. The program comment does not put any rules in place about where fill material should come from, but basically says that it should, if you need to import fill, it should come from an established borrow pit or a place that has been determined not to contain archaeological resources, and you're asked to just provide, if you are taking fill material from somewhere else, just to indicate where that's coming from. The batching process and the timing that goes with it. And this is, consistent with the guidance that we've issued. Each particular filing in TCNS or E106 should be limited to infrastructure within a single county. And the reason we did that is because of the way TCNS is set up. Our system actually, as it's programmed at this point, is not technically equipped to handle submissions that cover more than one county. The groupings, whatever groupings you choose to use, whether it's a whole county or something less than a single county, should be the same in TCNS and in E106. And that's, again, just an ease of processing type of guideline. Now, the filing itself is a single county, but you can use the same map to cover multiple counties, multiple filings. You have a stretch of track that runs through your subdivision. You want to prepare the map by subdivision because for your particular railroad, that's what works best for your processes. The subdivision runs through 5 counties. You can prepare one map that covers the 5 counties, that numbers the poles along that subdivision from 1 to 120, or from 350 to 480, or whatever your system is. Submit the same map. Just attach that same map to all 5 filings. The only thing we would ask you to do then is in each of those filings in the description field say, this filing covers poll numbers 1 to 16, and to the next one, this one covers polls 17 to 22, and so forth. But you don't need to split up the map or anything. And again, I just repeated here that the numbering in each particular filing or even on each map doesn't need to begin with 1. We put in place, consistent with guidance in the program comment, in order to help the process move better, a maximum number that can be submitted at one time. And after talking to everyone involved in the process, we concluded the number that best balances, and realizing there's no ideal solution for everybody, but what we thought best balances the needs for reasonable control over the process so that nobody gets overwhelmed, and at the same time facilitating the ability of the railroads to get through the process, is to set a maximum number to be submitted within any 2-week period by any one railroad. And that maximum would be 200 polls altogether, of which no more than 100 can be subject to the review. So you can put in 100 polls that are subject to review. You could then add up to another 100 excluded polls. You could put in 200 excluded polls if that's what you have. And the limit is over a 2-week period, so you could decide to do a submission every 2 weeks that hits this maximum. You could every week submit 100 total, of which 50 are not excluded. Again, it's intended to give a certain degree of flexibility, but also maintain some firmness to the process. We are very open to re-examining those numbers as we go along. We've already heard some suggestions from some of the railroads, which we'll work with you to take into consideration. For the most part, we really want to see how this works with experience. But a couple months down the road, it is very possible we could decide, that there's, really is a capability to put in more than this and increase them. We could just, come to it could hit that, that these numbers just aren't manageable, conceivably could be tightened in some way, or refined perhaps in some way, I should say more than that. Maybe they're done on a somewhat different basis. So we want to keep it moving. I don't want that to be taken as, oh gosh, we're going to, suddenly constrict everything, because that's not what we have in mind at all. We're determined to do it in a way that does get these things reviewed and processed promptly and built. But we have to take a look at how it's working, and that's just our intent. Okay, as I'm sure you're aware, we had a beta submission process put into place back in January to allow for a sort of a pilot project for certain submissions that were presented at some of the open meetings that we had with the tribal nations, to try to go through under the NPA process in batches to see how that worked. In many instances, those were not able to be processed through, so we heard some interest from some of the railroads of, okay, we submitted something under the beta process, now how do we put it under the program comment? What we have worked out as efficient as a submission means for that is to submit a request to our e-support, and the link for that is on the slide. In the subject line, put beta conversion request and put the TCNS number in the description field. You'll be required, if your beta submission did not include the same information that's required in the under the program comment, you're required to supplement it with the information that's in the program comment so that it can then be reviewed under that process. If you don't need to supplement it, then simply indicate in your description field that no supplementation is needed. Also identify any excluded polls that are within this converted batch and the basis for the exclusion of those polls, which is, again, the sort of an application of supplement with any information required by the program comment. We require you to notify the tribal nations within 5 days of this conversion submission. Just tell them we're converting these polls so that what they're going to get from us is just the regular, ordinary notification they have for something new submitted. If they've already seen it under beta, we're concerned they just may be confused and not know what to do with it. So we're asking you to notify them saying this is a conversion submission that you'll be getting. Also, if the tribal nation previously completed review, we're not contemplating that they would be able to review it again under the program comment, but if they actually signed off on it or they timed out under the program under our normal procedures, for their one that says no response within 30 days is agreement, and they didn't respond in 30 days. So if they did that under the prior process, we're not contemplating that they would now be able to raise new issues under the program comment, but we don't have any way in our system of sorting that out. So basically it's up to you to tell them, this is one that you've already cleared, you don't need to look at it again, but you're going to receive it because that's the way the FCC's processes work. We had to resubmit it for somebody else. Once you do this, the review periods will restart when the notification goes to the tribal nations through TCNS the same way it does under the program comment. It just basically becomes a program comment submission at this point. Your converted submissions will count towards the 2-week limits. If you have a filing that you did under the beta process that consists entirely of excluded polls, we thought that that can just get too confusing for people. There's not going to be a process for converting those precisely. What you need to do with those is withdraw them, mark them as abandoned in TCNS, and then resubmit them under the program comment. Brief provisions for other stakeholders in the process besides applicant, FCC, SHPO's tribal nations. They are part of the ACHP process. The program comment sort of provided something very abbreviated for them, basically using whatever your normal protocols are. Inform them that during the 30-day period they have the opportunity to provide their views of the construction to the railroad. This would include local governments, other federal agencies, either whose land you're on or who have land in the immediate area, as well as the general public. And this is just left very general. Use your ordinary protocols for that. Okay, the 30-day review period itself. So now we've gotten past the submission finally. And the SHPOs and the tribal nations under the program comment have 30 days from the time of submission to request additional information, to identify additional historic properties or areas that are likely to contain historic properties, and to provide recommendations or comments. And again, this is the process for the polls that are not excluded from review. We measure the 30 days for tribal nations from the day that the FCC sends out its weekly TCNS notice. For the SHPOs, the notice is on a rolling basis, so it's basically an E106. The day after the day that you submit it, you begin counting. If there is a request for information during the 30-day period, that does not suspend the counting of the 30-day period. That's, again, explicit in the program comment, and in our guidance, as I'm covering, we put in some processes in place to make that work. Railroads are also encouraged to schedule meetings or calls within the 30-day period with the tribal nation, with the SHPOs. Again, that's not a requirement. Some tribal nations said, we don't want to have all these calls. Would they just take up our time? We want to have the time to really look at what comes in. If that's where they are, that's fine. If there's a request for information during the 30-day period from a SHPO or tribal nation, it must explain the basis for the request. Because the basis for the request must be explained, any automated requests for information or for compensation that come through TCNS are not honored. Something like, always give us an ethnographic survey. That doesn't explain why they need it for this site, so you can just ignore that. You should honor any other automated information that's in the TCNS, something like, send your materials to this address. That's not inconsistent with the program comment. That should be followed. Parties are encouraged, if you have any disputes about a request for information, the railroad thinks this is unsupported or unreasonable, bring it to our attention within the 30-day review period. But if you don't do that, or you aren't able to resolve it, at the end of the 30-day period, if tribal nation, for instance, has requested information, you didn't give it to them for whatever reason, as a result of that, they have not substantively responded, then as we'll be going under the program comment process, you're required to refer that to us, and there's a subsequent process that follows that. Include when you send it to us, they requested this information, we had this subsequent correspondence about it, we want it all to be there so that we can review any dispute with knowledge of all of the facts. Requests for compensation. First bullet here is just the ACHP general guidance. An agency or applicant is not required to pay a tribal nation for providing its views during consultation, but a tribal nation may expect reasonable compensation for its services in providing information and documentation. And I think our tribal panelists later are going to talk some more about, what that means and what that involves. Compensation, which we think is consistent with this guidance, generally should be commensurate with the work that's performed. We are, and we're telling that, to tribal nations that's our view of this, and we think it's consistent with the way they generally operate, but we're encouraging folks to take a step back and think about, okay, what's the work that we do on PTC compared with work that we do on something else, and just take just think about that for a moment. If there are disputes over compensation, we'll handle them in the same manner as information requests, as I went over in the last slide. We expect, if compensation is being paid, we expect the railroads to remit that compensation promptly, and we think 10 business days is ordinarily a good guideline for that. I know we've heard some suggestions, at least from some folks, that that promised compensation has not been arriving quickly, and we don't think that's good practice. Requests for monitoring or field surveys, and the program comment itself generally uses the term monitoring really to refer to two slightly different things. So we've used just different terminology to distinguish them. We use a field survey to refer to going out and looking at the site before construction to see what might be there. Monitoring would mean having somebody there during construction to watch and basically to see if anything is dug up. If there's a request for either of these things, and we contemplate that only one of these would ordinarily be used in any given circumstance, it doesn't make sense to say, I want to go out there before you build, and then I want to go out there again and watching you when you're digging. They must explain the basis for the request. It's contemplated that the reasons for doing these things are to avoid or minimize the disturbance of potential unknown historic properties and to record the presence of such properties. So, the reason, the basis for the request should generally be built around basically the likelihood that potential historic properties that we don't know about may be there. More of this, the monitors must be qualified professionals, and that's defined as either qualified under the Secretary of the Interior standards or recognized by the tribal nation as an expert in their own traditions and history. They must comply with safety regulations and protocols that are either required by law or reasonably imposed on a general basis by the railroad. Reasonable compensation for these monitoring or field survey services is expected, including reimbursement of reasonable expenses, and generally all the details will be worked out, negotiated by the railroad in a scope of work. Failures to respond. Tribal nation or SHPO doesn't respond within the 30 days. That needs to be referred promptly to the FCC. If the FCC does not direct otherwise within 10 business days, then you don't need to engage any more with that SHPO or tribal nation. As far as their engagement is concerned, you can go ahead and begin building the next day. Obviously, that's assuming there's not something else that still needs to be completed. If the tribal nation has put an automated response in TCNS, as a number of them have done, that says if we don't respond in 30 days, we're not interested, you can assume that applies to PTC. If that particular tribal nation hasn't responded in the 30 days, you don't need to refer it to us. And to 30 days, you're done with them. Okay, let's assume there are adverse effects now. If the parties come to an agreement on addressing adverse effects, you can sign an adverse agreement with any SHPO or tribal nation that has identified these, and just send a copy to the FCC, and that will govern how it's addressed. This is a big exception and streamlining from the usual ACHP process or the program comment process, which requires FCC signature, requires a submission to the advisory council. If you can agree with the parties that are interested, you're done. I've just listed a few possible measures that might be considered, and as required under the program agreement, under the program comment, we will be coming out with some model or template guidance for these agreements. We're still in the process of coordinating with ACHP on that. But just as some possible advancement of measures to be considered, advanced field survey or monitoring as part of these agreements, a modified installation method may be appropriate in some cases, a post-installation field survey within a designated area, or some grants for preservation-related purposes that would be in addition to the fund grants that you've already agreed to for the poles that were constructed without the review. Okay, second possibility, no agreement is reached within 30 days, either no agreement on the existence of an adverse effect or no agreement on how to address it. Then notify the FCC, and we're asking that the program comment just says notify the FCC at the end of the 30 days. We're giving you a guideline for that to do it within 2 business days. If you don't reach an agreement within an additional 10 business days after the expiration of the 30 days, then any party may refer the dispute to the FCC, and the program comment provides to copy the ACHP on that referral. We will then reach a decision within 10 business days on what to do with that. The only exception, we can extend it if there are exceptional circumstances, such as a particularly sensitive historic property or confidentiality concerns where we need to go through some additional inquiry and coordination, consultation with our partners in order to resolve that. Discoveries, and there are fairly detailed provisions in the program comments, so this is just the basics, and a lot of this is either common sense or, basic law, but basically what it comes down to, if you find something while you're digging, particularly if it's human remains, but also other potential resources, stop work immediately, secure the site as necessary, but otherwise no more work. Notify us right away at the FCC. Comply with any federal and state laws, and there are quite a number of laws that potentially govern these situations. Go ahead, attempt to reach an agreement with any relevant SHPO or tribal nations on what to do with it. If you can't reach the agreement, refer it to the FCC and copy ACHP. And I just noted, consult the program comment and ACHP rules for additional details. Just a few other provisions in the program comment. There are MOUs that are referenced in there that to cover the previously constructed infrastructure. I'm not going to spend time here talking about those. There is a general tribal right to request FCC involvement at any time. That's, again, something because of our government-to-government relationship and trust responsibility that we are obligated to be responsive to that. Parties have a right to request the FCC resolution of confidentiality concerns. There are various requirements to use qualified professionals, which I've already covered, and there's provisions for periodic review of the program comment every 6 months for the first 2 years and then annually. Some recommendations for implementation. In some ways, this may be the most important slide, and some of this is going to be repeating things that Jessica said at the beginning, but a few things. First of all, ensure that your submissions are accurate and complete. We had heard under beta submissions there were indications that there may have been cases where the number of polls that was indicated in a cover sheet did not match the number of polls that somebody found when they looked at the map. That's just sloppiness. That's unacceptable. Use appropriate qualified professionals. And what I mean by appropriate is, don't depend upon an architectural historian to do archaeological work. Try to use someone who is familiar with the geographic area. Somebody from Oregon is just not really going to know what to look for in West Virginia. Contact SHPOs and tribal nations early in the process. We've said this a lot, but it can't be overemphasized. Talk to them about the scope of your build-out plan so that they know, what can they be anticipating? Are they going to get 100 polls from you? Are they going to get 1,000? Are they expecting them next week or 6 months from now? That sort of thing, the timing. Also, any just specific procedures on both ends. If this tribal nation has some procedures that they want you to know about that you can work with, or is there something about your railroad that's specific? Just the type of working together stuff. Be responsive to reasonable needs. Works better if people don't, if there's something that somebody wants that may not be, you could argue about, is it exactly within the letter of the agreement, but if it's reasonable and can be accommodated, it just makes more sense to accommodate it. And finally, as we've said repeatedly, contact the FCC. We really want to help. Our doors are open. I've got some things here. I'm not going to walk through this. The website, our PTC questions mailbox, a number of folks who are involved in this, our phone numbers and emails. I put my own on here. In most instances, if you contact me, I'm going to refer it to one of these other people, but I am definitely open as well. If there's something that needs my attention, come to me with it. I seem to have used an awful lot of time, but I'll try to get through a few questions. And I do ask folks, if you are submitting questions, identify who you are and who you're affiliated with. I'll go ahead and take this one anyway. How is the FCC ensuring that excluded polls are within railroad right-of-way as required by Section 5, Sub 1, and is this information going to be shared with the tribes and SHPOs? Basically, it is up to the railroad to confirm its own use of the exclusions is accurate. This is it's the complying with ACHP's processes as embodied in the program comment is a requirement of the FCC's rules. So it would be a rules violation if something is knowingly, an exclusion claimed for something that's not in fact excluded. In addition, the program comment does have basis of the exclusion. That would include, this is within the right of way. My understanding is that the poles basically are going to be within the right of way. That's not really going to be an issue in the vast majority of cases, because for technical reasons they need to be near to the track. When a project is resubmitted, does it retain the same TCNS number, or is a new TCNS number assigned? I think it's a new TCNS number, but Diane would be able to answer that one better than I can. This is for the conversions, I gather, from the beta process. If someone then resubmits it under the program comment, would it get a new TCNS number? Same TCNS number. Okay, thank you. Does the FCC have guidance for addressing tribal requests for processing fees on resubmitted projects? Well, I think if no fee was actually remitted for the original submission, then it would be considered, if a fee was, maybe requested but not paid on the original submission, we would just, it would probably be considered as a new request for a fee. If a fee was already paid to the tribe, a processing fee, we would have to consider that on the facts, but I think the fact that that something had already been paid for that would be a very strong factor, unless there was a reason that work was done and then work had to be done again, that ordinarily I think I would be inclined to the view that there was reasonable compensation. If PTC poles will be taller than 75 feet high, will they be required to go through standard NPA process? Yes. How do you identify tribes which do not receive notification via TCNS or E106? Well, the tribal nations generally are not notified through E106. TCNS is the process for that. I'm not sure I understand the question. If the question is if there's an alternative agreement, let's say, okay. The question may be if somebody wants to get information by a means other than TCNS or E106, how will you know that if you are the railroad and notice give them? They have to tell you. And ordinarily, they will tell you in TCNS, they will, or in many instances, they will have information that bounces back to everyone through TCNS saying, I like to have information submitted by mail to such and such an address. Or our state law requires a hard copy by such and such a means, and then, you'll just read that and know what to do. In other instances, they may contact you offline and ask you. Are wayside CTC poles that will be converted or also used as PTC poles in the future covered under the program comment? I gather these are, if the CTC pole is already there, then there probably isn't anything to cover under the program comment other than a co-location, which is excluded from review unless the CTC pole is historic, which seems highly unlikely. I gather this is about CTC poles that are being built now that may be used for PTC in the future. What the program comment covers at this point is PTC poles. It doesn't go beyond PTC into CTC. This is certainly something that can be discussed for potential future agreements, but at this point, it's limited to its four corners. It needs to be a PTC pole. Now, if it's, if you're going to put CTC on it now and you know that you're going to put PTC on it a year from now as part of the mandated PTC build-out, I guess that could be, it's part of your PTC, so it could be included. But if it's something that you're thinking, 5 years down the road when you go beyond the initial statutory mandate and you may want to expand PTC or may have to expand PTC to other areas, I don't think that would cover it. Are you saying tribes will receive one review fee per batch as opposed to one fee per poll? Fee issues, to the extent there are disputes over them, we're going to have to resolve on a case-by-case basis. Again, it should be reasonable related to the work that's required, but I can't give a general guidance right now on that. Is there a review process for PTC poles and towers constructed after May 2013 and prior to the program comment? Well, to our knowledge, we're not aware of any. If we are aware of any, there is definitely some, if someone is aware of such, those were constructed, in violation of what we think was made clear. They are not covered under the Memorandum of Understanding. We would need to know about those and deal with them. TCNS and E106, are site photos and views of the surroundings required? Let's make the first one first. Site photos of each tower site and views of each tower site required? No, that's not part of what was required under the program comment. What the program comment requires is the locations of the nearby historic properties, certain height information and other information like that, but not photographs around each site. Proof of local government contact and public notification required in the submissions. Again, no, that's not part of what the program comment requires. And again, the program comment is what ACHP set out. I think this one other I wanted to just mention a little bit. And again, the program for for if the poles were already erected, that's covered under the Memorandum of Understanding. But no, there's not a review process under that Memorandum of Understanding. There's a process for the tribal nations and SHPOs to request funding from this fund that is being established for preservation-related projects. That could include doing some kind of a review to find out what was there where these poles were already constructed, but there's not any kind of review process before they can be used or anything along those lines. I understand also that there are concerns that still need to be worked out about information sharing so that railroads know who to contact in specific areas. In order to negotiate alternative agreements. We're going to engage in further discussions on that. One thing I would suggest, we've had some interest from some of the tribes, and I'm actually going to be getting in contact with Tim about this, but for interest by some of the tribal nations about being able to contact the railroads. In terms of making your own information available, I think that's something I may try to work with you to put together a list of contact names to send out to the tribal nations so that this can be a two-way street and the tribal nations can contact the railroads as well as the railroads contacting the tribal nations to get some of this early discussion going. We do have some balancing to do in terms of, on the one hand, very legitimate interest in knowing who to talk to. On the other hand, trust issues in terms of the confidentiality of information that the tribal nations have provided to TCNS, and we're still working on the best way to square those. Certainly, if there are requests for specific information on your part in terms of who's interested where, send them to us and then we'll work with them. I've run a little bit over my time. We have the next session scheduled for 10:45. I was planning to give a bit of a break at this point. If we can, try to be back in about 10 minutes and stay on schedule, that'd be great. Thanks.
Yes. Hello? 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 If you folks out in the hall could come inside, what do we say? Break is over? We're going to reconvene now. Thanks, folks. Tell the folks out in the hall that we're beginning again. Just as a reminder, we have a Wi-Fi set up here, and the code is FCC 20143. It's posted around here, but there were a couple questions on that. Also, the folks that are watching, they're on the www.fcc.gov/live. Those sitting in the audiences, again, the same as this morning, you can submit questions by writing them on note cards provided. And those watching remotely can submit questions via email to livequestions, that's plural, livequestions, at fcc.gov. I will now turn the microphone over to Steve Del Sordo. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. It's nice to see you all again. I'm Steve Del Sordo. I'm the Federal Preservation Officer for the FCC, and we're going to do introductions very quickly because we all have name tags, so you know who we are. You've heard us before, and we're real anxious to go into presentations and questions and answers. As part of the question and answer process, it takes a little bit of time for the cards to come around to us. So if you have questions already in your mind, please submit them now so that we can have them teed up after folks have made their presentations. And to my right is Jeff Blackwell, who is the Chief of the Office of Native Affairs and Programs here at the FCC, and a real fantastic resource, not just for the staff here, for Anne Marie and myself, but I think for everybody that's doing environmental compliance here at the FCC. Then we have Roger Kirshen, who is the Compliance Manager for the Section 106 process at the Virginia State Historic Preservation Office, and a proponent of E106. Then Terry Clothier, who's the archaeologist for the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe in North and South Dakota. Dave Harrelson, who's the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the Grand Ronde in Western Oregon. And then Linda Langley, Dr. Linda Langley, who's the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the Coushatta Tribe of Louisiana. And with that, the consensus in the group is we wanted Dave to have the honor of going first. So we're going to pass down the pointer to Dave so that he can give his presentation. So you're all set.
Hi, my name's Arnekanim David Harrelson. Just said hello, my name's David Harrelson. I'm excited to talk with you. I'm from the Grand Ronde tribe in Western Oregon. My great-grandfather is Freeman Bean, first tribal member in Western Oregon to own his own logging company. His great-great-grandfather is Joseph Shingrena, who signed the Willamette Valley Treaty of 1855 and was an early reservation leader, and the headman of the Marys River Kalapuya people around Corvallis, Oregon. So that's who I am. I'm also the TIPO for Grand Ronde, which means that I oversee a staff that reviews around 5,000 undertakings, projects in our ceded and ancestral territory, which we'll talk a little bit about. But 3 take-home points that I'm going to be really trying to get throughout my presentation are: land is not a blank slate. Ownership doesn't create a blank slate. Previous development doesn't create a blank slate. And lack of previous comment does not create a blank slate. Respect the depth and complexity of tribal understanding of place. And recognize that there's various sophistication of all the different tribes, and some tribes are very sophisticated, and they're able to talk those different languages with your specialist. We have tribal member researchers and academics. We regularly use GIS, LIDAR data sets, viewsheds, spatial databases, all that information. So it's really different with each tribe, and that goes back to respect the depth and the complexity, because we have 566 federally recognized tribes in the United States, and every single one of those tribes is different. So that's a part of the relationship building and what it's going to take to do that. So, first slide. So we're going to cover who we are, our mission, where we work, types of projects, what makes a resource cultural, and examples of projects. So I have a staff of 4. We have 2 archaeologists, 2 tribal members. Our archaeologists are non-tribal members. We have had tribal member archaeologists as well. In the upper right-hand corner, you'll see that's one of our maps. We actually received a NASA grant for climate change, and we looked at sea level rise on the Columbia River and how that would affect archaeology sites, known archaeology sites, and did some probability modeling and things like that about trying to address concerns. We really have a collaborative team effort at Grand Round, and there's a lot of sharing, and it's almost a think tank environment. Our mission, we're charged with the identification, recording, protection of cultural resources of significance and importance to the tribe. The TIPO provides tribal voice via comment, consultation. Here we go. Cultural resources of significance and importance to the tribe. The TIPO provides tribal voice via review, comment, consultation, contracting, and partnerships associated with projects throughout the ceded lands and ancestral homelands. By advocating for the tribe's cultural resources, artifacts, materials, and practices, the office maintains and demonstrates stewardship responsibilities linked to its sovereignty and maintain connection throughout its ceded land. This is this idea about land isn't a blank slate. People are connected to place. My ancestors, my family has an oral tradition, and that oral tradition is about the flooding of the Willamette Valley. Now, when you talk to geologists, it took them till about the 1980s to figure this out, right? We've known for thousands of years. Geologists, we have very specific information, too, about the flood, about how fast it rose up, the different places that were exposed, and how people traveled by canoe back and forth to those places. Well, that's the Missoula floods. And for those of you that don't know, about 14 to 18,000 years ago, the Willamette Valley in western Oregon there was about a 400-foot deep lake there that was created by an ice dam that broke around Missoula, Montana. Well, we have traditions about that, and that's what ties us back to that place. We know a lot of other very specific place-based knowledge as well. This is a part of our understanding of place and that complexity of it. So this is a map that is our ceded lands map. This is something that took a lot of resources to complete. I estimate probably about 2,000 man-hours of time has gone into this. There's a lot of research. What it shows is it shows the 7 different treaties that were negotiated with the federal government by people that were removed to the Grand Round Indian Reservation. On the map, that's that box square in red. Do we have a pointer? Oh, I don't think we'll be able to see it. Well, if you can see it, that's the reservation right there in red. Portland, Oregon is about there, and the Columbia River stretches there. These are the Cascade Mountains. So there's 7 treaties that were negotiated, and we had to draw out all of those boundaries from the legal descriptions that were provided in those treaties. We also found that the main transcriptions that are even used in courts of law are actually inaccurate, because we went back to the original that are actually stored at our archives here in D.C. and found that they had been transcribed inappropriately from the beginning. So that's the amount of detail that we went into this. We had to prove that when it's mentioned large fishing village on the Umpqua River, we had to provide documentation of how is this a large fishing village on the Umpqua River. This map has really been helpful to us because it communicates outwardly the areas that we're interested in consulting in. We talked earlier about reservation lands. That's an area where the tribe exercises that unique sovereignty, but tribes also have connections to their homelands. These are places where our burial grounds are located of our ancestors, our gathering areas that are still accessed today. Those rights were never ceded to the government. we retain the ability to gather lands on any public domain land, which means that I'm regularly involved in negotiating access with federal agencies to be able to do that treaty right, which is to go and gather from the gathering patches that we've traditionally gathered from for thousands of years and maintain that cultural continuity and connection so that I can pass down the teachings that I learned from my grandparents and my ancestors on to my children so that our way of living can be known and passed on. So how do we do all this? We do it through review of state and federal permits, partnerships with people. There's only 4 of us, 5,000 actions. We try to get out what's important to us, and then there's a certain level of filtering that happens as we prioritize. I've spoken with some people about it's really triage. You know, I feel like it's a triage effort. There are limited resources. It's something that we're constantly doing and trying to maximize the value that we can provide to the protection of our cultural resources, to tribal knowledge, to ways of living, and preservation of that. So we do that through grants, and we've also received tribal directives. So what we do, compliance and archaeology. This is some of the things that you've probably seen. I described this as a think tank. As a part of some of those ideas that come out, we receive funding. We've applied for numerous NSF grants. We are currently being funded to do a landscape level study by Bureau of Ocean Energy Management and NOAA. We write white papers regarding our positions on different issues and submit them out to the academic community. We also run contracting out of our office. We do archaeology work. We have a ground penetrating radar, which is particularly helpful for the identification of burials and human remains, just as a tool. It's not 100%, but it's a good tool. We also conduct oral histories because that's the depth of information that we need to access when we're receiving this one-off, a tower is going to be placed here, and we need to provide as much meaningful comment as we can about that. And so that's old oral histories as well as new oral histories, because that's information that we're continuing to glean out of our community. NAGPRA, mapping, and partnerships again. So what are cultural resources? To us, it's the use that makes it cultural. This is a diagram that kind of compares this idea of tangible and intangible. There's consultants and things like that can be found to help address the tangible, which would be like the archaeological expression and these others. But what I often see among consultants or outside people from tribes is what makes them uncomfortable or what they find unfamiliar is this intangible perspective that tribal people can bring to cultural resources. There are crosses between those things. So some of the tangible, I'll list off a few, are like archaeology sites, archaeological materials, traditional foods, traditional tool materials. So knowing that, there's certain wood that you actually make the fire drill out of so that you can make fire with sticks. You just can't use any old wood. There's certain wood and you got to cure it out a certain way. Basketry materials, archival materials. Then we've got the intangible on the other side, language, traditional stories, oral histories, ceremonies, family stories, genetic information. Then you have crossed, what's kind of in between, and it is the realm that we find ourselves functioning in quite regularly when we're working with tribes, like sacred sites and locations, landscapes associated with traditional stories, rock art, mobile art, so these objects that are being moved that are ceremonial in purpose, but yet they're art. They're more than just an artifact. They're something that's sacred. That's something that we're doing NAGPRA claims and things like that for. And so in the next couple of my slides, I'm going to give some examples. So source materials, where do we get all this information? So we have our econom, our stories and our myths. We have historically gathered information, like early academics that worked around our tribal ancestors, ethnographic information. diaries and journals of pioneers, settlers, tribal people, letters that were sent back and forth to different reservations, notes, maps. We access all that information, as well as modern, which is oral histories. Sometimes we know that a certain spot is so significant that we'll ask a proponent to fund an oral history study, because we know that our community is actively engaged in those areas, is gathering in that area, and even as staff, we don't have all that information. But I can guarantee you that once that project goes in, I'm going to have 15 people pounding on my door, 20 people. I'm going to have people lined up out my door screaming at me about how upset they are. And that's something to also realize, is that, once again, respect the depth and complexity. My whole life is dedicated to this. I read stuff all the time. I am 100% engaged, and I don't know everything, even in my own community. In fact, I'm not even allowed to know everything, because we have gender-restricted information, we have age-restricted information, we have initiation-based restrictions on different information. Things are pretty confidential. Things are in lockdown. And so one of the things that you'll find our staff has to constantly go through, breaking our own cultural taboos and customs in order to share the information that's needed to protect something. And that's a real paradox. That's something that I face every single day. So then modern, oral histories, archaeology, contemporary actions. And this is kind of a visual to show that, how when you're at one place and you're looking forward in time, the green line that's kind of moving along is the landscape itself. And so you're looking at that landscape, and as you're trying to get an understanding of place from different sides, you provide different visual paths of understanding. And it doesn't mean that any one of those is greater than the other. It's just another perspective about the past. We do ethnobotanical surveys, and a lot of people say, well, isn't that a biologist thing? And we say, well, there's cultural plants that have purpose, like that camas lily that's sitting there. Well, that's a traditional food to our people. That's not just, a pollen source for some animal or species. It has this other purpose. A camas patch can be gathered for generations. It's actually a better place to go. Those are the best places to go, is where people have gone before, because the practices of how we gather actually create abundance over time. And not only that, but it's a sacred place, because it's a place where I can go and commune with the plants that are the offspring of the plants that my grandparents or my ancestors gathered from. That doesn't mean that all camas is sacred per se, but it means that there might be these discrete locations on the environment where it's been documented and knowledgeable about people continuing to return, and therefore they're special. So some of the projects that we've been with TCNS that I want to share, I'll just talk about Mount Angel. Mount Angel is a sacred site to our people. It's, as you can see, it's got a big building on it now. It's up in the upper left-hand corner. Well, that building is a Catholic abbey. Well, it used to be a place where all these stacked stone rock features were, and it's a place where Kalapuya people went to pray. And a lot of early pioneers actually wrote about it in their journals. Sister Ursula Hodes thought it was so significant that she actually wrote a master's thesis on it when she lived there and completed her master's degree. So we have all that information. That's kind of the historic information. We also have the talk in our community about it being that way. Well, we felt that it was a TCP, and we felt that there was integrity behind that TCP because Native people converted to Catholicism, and we still have Native people that go there to pray. So our ancestors prayed in the past there, and now they pray there today. And so there's that continuity of connection. And that's a part of understanding that just like everyone in this room gets to modernize, so do Native people. Right? How many people came here in a wagon today? Anybody? 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 Yeah, I didn't either. And so that's something that really works out in Oregon, because everyone always thinks of the Oregon Trail, right? We're the destination of the Oregon Trail out there in the Willamette Valley. So that's Mount Angel. In the end, the other part is that we did a TCP study. We said, is there going to be an adverse impact? We're not sure. Well, what we found is it wasn't so much the place that was important. It was what you could see from that place and the stories that tied to each one of those places that you can see from this hilltop. And so when we talked to our traditional practitioners, they essentially said, well, I can stand with my back to the tower, so it's not a big deal. End of story. and that's where this Mount Angel project went. It was a success. We still had to document it. We still went through the information. It was acknowledged and recognized as a special place, but it didn't impact, and that was a co-location on the tower. The other part of all of our reviews is we develop a lot of information in GIS. We use GIS extensively. We develop our own review layers. We pour through ethnographic information and document references to place, references to plants, minerals, animals, all of that. And then we create polygons, names of places, all of that we document. And you can see an example moving from left to right is individual refinements. So one is known village sites. Another is gathering areas. A second is hunting areas. And another is names. And then when you morph that all over and you put it over there, this is the Oregon coast, northwest Oregon coast. You look at that and you go, wow, there's a lot of information. So when we're doing a review, say a TCNS comes in, we're taking information like this being but one of our layers that we're looking at. We're also looking at historical maps that we've digitized. We're pouring through information and then spitting out a summary of that information back to the proponent to explain a little bit about this area. Sometimes it needs further refinement or further work, and that's a part of sometimes we will make requests for additional work to be done, or we can justify a high enough probability of an area that we'll ask for a monitor. But it's always based on something. It's not just throwing a dart out there in the air or something like that. And there won't be questions because there's more speakers.
Thank you very much. Terry, you had a couple of points that you had wanted to make. So why don't you go next, since the pointer's right there next to you.
Good morning. My name is Terry Clucci. I work for the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe Tribal Historic Preservation Office. I do have to make mention that any opinions presented in this presentation are my own and don't necessarily reflect the opinions of Standing Rock Sioux Tribe or their Tribal Historic Preservation Office. I won't get into the jokes about my lawyers making me say that as I did yesterday. And again, this presentation and all information and graphics contained therein are for educational purposes only. I'm not going to go over all of this yesterday. I think even the computers died of boredom while I was going over the laws and broke down. So I'm going to avoid the whole National Historic Preservation Act from a tribal perspective. I will give you a geographic and ancestral territory so you can understand where our areas of concern are, and then go into a couple of things on tribal identification versus archaeological identification. Standing Rock Sioux Tribe, it's a reservation located in North and South Dakota along the western edge of the Missouri River. The next slide will be a graphic of that. It is 2.3 million acres of tribal trust allotted in fee lands. To put that into perspective, that is the equivalent of twice the size of Delaware or half the size of New Jersey. The Tribal Historic Preservation Office has assumed all the functions of the State Historic Preservation Offices for both Sioux County, North Dakota, and Corson County, South Dakota. The State Historic Preservation Office will refer any projects for both of those counties directly to my office. This is just a simple graphic showing exactly where our reservation is. I'm going to avoid all, like I said, I'm going to avoid all the stuff on the law. I'll go into the ancestral and traditional territory. The main focus outside of our reservation for Section 106 and for the PTC comment involves the ancestral or traditional territory, which includes the states of Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming, Montana, and internationally into Canada. Although the territory is traditionally accepted by the Oceti-Sakowin tribes, which are the 7 council fires of the Sioux Nation, as being anywhere the buffalo roamed. So that puts our geographic area pretty much everywhere in the United States almost. But the main focus where we provide most of our comments are those states that I mentioned. Again, avoiding all of these. All right, identification issues and the Section 106 process and the PTC comment. We hear all the time from consultants from federal agencies and state agencies, unfortunately, that an archaeological or ethnographic study is completed. Isn't that enough? I get very disheartened when I hear this. It truly is not enough. Archaeological identification efforts are not the same as tribal identification efforts. This can't be emphasized enough. While there are many similarities between archaeological and tribal identification efforts on the Great Plains, the survey methodology, for instance, is the same. We both set up transects. We both walk the area. It's the understanding and knowledge of what the sites represent that is vastly different. This affects the identification of features on sites, the recommendations for boundaries and buffers at sites, and for the actual physical effects to historic properties, including the destruction of sites if not properly identified by traditional cultural specialists. To represent that, here we have a stone circle identified by an archaeologist. The red line represents a power line. Looking at this, it looks great. From a Section 106 perspective, the archaeologist has identified the stone circle and has moved the power line off the stone circle and away from the site. Things look great. However, when our tribal cultural specialists go out into the field, they identify this as being a turtle effigy. These features are often missed by archaeologists in the Great Plains, and that's the difference between the understanding of what the tribes know about these sites and what archaeologists know. So that great example that I had in the slide before where it was being missed is actually destroying a portion of this feature. This is a very simplistic and crude drawing of what actually goes on. The sites out there are very complex. We've had cases where sites or areas have been tested and no site was recorded. They tested for no apparent reason. Surface visibility was good. They shoved in a shovel test anyway to see if there was anything subsurface. And invariably on that project, it ended up being that there actually was stone features there, and they were testing those stone features, but because they found nothing subsurface, they actually didn't record the site. This happened on a wind farm project back in 2011. And it happened in a number of cases. On that project, there was over 200 sites representing over 2,000 stone features represented. The archaeologists found 4. So there's a huge discrepancy between what the tribes will identify and what archaeologists can identify that affects whether or not your project should have got a no historic properties affected determination. This brings out the question, if you're relying on archaeologists to do the identification and that's not being done correctly, at least according to the tribes and our identification issues, how are they doing their buffers and boundaries around these sites then? If they, and this is the classic example, here they think they're doing a great job by avoiding it, however, it's actually being destroyed. Now, if they're doing that and then they create buffers and boundaries and it's allowed for within the process through an MOA for the archaeologist to determine, this is what happens. On this project, it was another wind farm project. What you see here is those stone concrete slabs are the 5-foot boundary they put around a stone ring. Construction was allowed up to those concrete slabs. This in no way for us is acceptable. I'll go through a couple more slides of the same site. Here you see another representation of that. What they did was pedestal the site. And I can pretty much guarantee you this happened in 2010, that site no longer exists. And I'm really hoping nobody in the audience thinks this is a good representation of preservation. I'll go through again. There's another, it's the same site that you can see, but this is just one good example of what we don't want to see going on. Same project, here you see the wind turbine pad. In the background between those two large clumps of dirt, and I apologize, this is a little washed out, there's a rock cairn in there that was boundaried off again at the 5-foot interval. Spiritual elders said that rock cairn was actually representation of a burial. I'm not so sure about you guys, but I know I wouldn't want to see this around wherever my grandparents, my kids were buried. And I'm really hoping nobody else would either, but this was what was acceptable through the MOA. Again, the same project. Here we have a monitor, traditional cultural specialist standing in that 5-foot zone between their road right-of-way and where a ring was identified. That's just some examples of why, in particular with the Oceti, Shikoy, and the Sioux tribes of the 7 council fires, really request tribal identification. Because if we don't, we are losing our sites. 10 years ago, you wouldn't get the information that I just presented in terms of that being representative of a turtle effigy. It's only been within the last decade that the Sioux tribes have gotten together and said, look, if we do not start talking about these issues and what it actually is, we're going to lose all of our sites. And these sites are still tied to traditional ceremonies today. I'm not going to go into how that is, but they are tied into the ceremonies that exist today away from these sites. So if we lose them, the ceremonies go as well. And that's why I strongly advocate for participation by tribal members to ensure that your projects do miss any of the sites of concern. And at that, I won't go into all the other issues that were brought up in my presentation yesterday, and I'll pass it on. Thank you.
I'll do what you did. Thank you all for inviting me to be here. I'm not Coushatta. I'm married into the tribe. Many of you, I suspect, have now heard me say that I think that qualifies me to work for life for the tribe for free, being married in. But I do want you guys at the FCC to know you'll be very happy your telecommunications are working, because I have gotten texts all morning that the people back on the reservation are watching this. So now I am reporting really to my constituents, not to the people in the room. So I hope I say the words on my slides correctly. The Coushatta tribe is a very small tribe. I mentioned this yesterday. I put this up. This is really what we do all this for. PTC, Section 106, there's a general consensus from our Language and Culture Committee that we do it cum adlawistak imolahis for all of the children. And that means not just the children in today's generation, but for generations to come. It's a tremendous responsibility, way beyond the scope of a single poll. And I hope that some of what you hear today is able to communicate that to you. The tribe is small. You've heard from people talking about millions of acres on their reservation. If you can see in this graphic, the current reservation, I believe, is under 10,000 acres, both including reservation and fee simple lands. That's not limiting us. There are ancestral lands, which I'll get into in a later slide. The tribe is under 1,000 members. I'm often asked, consultants will call and say, well, but we already spoke to you. No, you spoke to another tribe with Coushatta people in it. There are 3 tribes federally recognized with Coushattas. One is in Texas, one is in Oklahoma. The Alabama Coushatta tribe is in Texas, in Livingston. The Alabama Quasarty tribal town in Oklahoma. And I'm here representing the Coushatta tribe of Louisiana. They are separate sovereign nations. And there are generations and libraries full of tribal law, Indian law. What does that really mean? But still today I get calls from people saying, I don't understand why we have to deal with you. We already spoke to a person about this. You spoke to a person from a different nation. The tribe that I'm here today representing actually left their ancestral homelands over a series of at least 500 years that we've been able to document. They moved ahead of wars. At one point when they were involved in the Creek Confederacy, they left ahead of what became the members of these other tribal nations that I'm talking about. They can't speak for each other any more than, as Terry mentioned, there are 7 nations or many Sioux nations, and he could not speak for one of the other ones. If this is confusing, I'm sure there are people who can explain more to you. It's it's crystal clear to us that we cannot speak for each other, even though you see the word Coushatta in the name in another tribe. In a similar way, I'm often asked, well, Coxsackie, who are those people? Somewhere back in history, the linguists called the tribal people by what they heard, and the federal government recognized them with a different spelling. So what you perceive as two different groups is actually the same group. In that case, further evidence that you need to call and speak to the tribe if you want information about what their concerns are or who they are. Unlike these two gentlemen, also, many tribes in the Southeast experienced removal issues. And we actually were at a meeting in Tulsa, and somebody asked one of the other tribes there, but we don't understand why you're concerned with those lands. You don't live on them anymore. Well, yeah, there's a really good reason why they don't live on them anymore. And most people have heard certainly of the Trail of Tears or the creek removal. It doesn't mean they don't care about them, those lands. It doesn't mean they don't still have ancestors buried there or other things that you'll see on subsequent slides. Very different history, but equally important for you to understand. This slide talks about a little bit about our specific goals. We are tasked not only with the historical, as you've heard already today on this panel, or ancestral, but what is happening currently. And that, of course, includes ethnobotanical, language, and other concerns. We are the point of contact for you in PTC, but also for other agencies. Our current preferences, most of you probably know this already, are to be digital and paperless initially. We prefer initial contacts through the TCNS system. We are now being proactive. Anne Marie will be thrilled by that. Every Wednesday when the notification comes to me, I scan the list of consultants and I literally go one by one, trying to head you off. If you haven't worked with us before, I try to get on the phone, or someone from my office does, and let you know our preferences. We are very aware of that 30 days that Jeff talked about this morning. And as these guys have said, in a small office, that 30 days is pretty fast. So we try usually to contact you or your consultants within a couple days of getting the notification if you haven't dealt with us before. Certainly, when in doubt, contact us. And I think I repeated that on about 3 more slides. We want to be involved. If you haven't gotten that from our TCNS notification, I'm telling you, we want to be involved. This slide I added because, as you guys mentioned, we've heard some things 100 times. And the one that I like the best is, oh, come on, it's just a fill in the blank. Co-location, just a small antenna, just in previously disturbed ground, just in a right-of-way. And each of these things I actually completely understand. I've said this to many of you in person. From the railroad company perspective, why that makes sense to you or to your consultants, I get it. That to you, how can this possibly matter? It's an area that, 30 feet from a track that was already disturbed and filled 100 years ago. And my answer to that is yes, but, which I wrote in Coushatta to be a little more polite. And they're actually way more polite than me. But yes, but there are 3 main reasons that I can't accept, as Terry said, your archaeology or necessarily at face value. It may be that we agree. Number 1 is sovereignty. And I think since we're being all forced to sit at the table together, a lot of you are now understanding where that's coming from. But we can't afford the perception that we don't care. We can't afford the perception, as this gentleman mentioned, that our tribal people are not adequately educated to address that issue. Sovereignty means that we're constantly vigilant for the appearance of not being concerned or not being involved. We have to know what kind of fill you used and where you got it from. We have to know how far is this from one of the ancestral villages or from an area where a lot of trading took place. In the southeast, shell middens are usually ignored by everybody. In fact, I've had consultants say to me, "Oh, it's just filled with shell." Oh, we have to know, where did that come from? And most of the times it's clean, that's fine. But again, it's a regional issue, and it just speaks to the importance. The survival of the people, the survival of the viewscapes, the landscapes, the plants, these are all critical concerns for us. As these guys also mentioned, that in our area, pine needles. Are you going to destroy someplace where something important that I'm not here today to explain the use of a plant to you, but I will tell you that we can't afford for you guys to, go right through a patch of something that's particularly important. And then the third point, they've heard it all before. And this comes up frequently because I try to explain to the railroad companies, some of the tracks are laid on land that the people heard that if they just signed something, they would not lose the land. They're just ceding a right-of-way. And they're very open to it. Most of the time it's not a problem, but there's a little skepticism when you're in your third or fourth or fifth generation of having heard that this is not a big deal. Oh, come on. Progress must go forward. And yet there are people in the tribe that remember their grandparents losing the rights to land because they didn't understand what they were signing, or mineral rights or something similar. And I won't attempt this saying at the bottom, but here's a group of young people that from the early part of the 20th century, when the federal government decided that they were no longer interested and basically violated what had been treaty rights and said, we are no longer going to be bringing you education or allowing things. And the people decided to close the doors and thought that that would be sufficient. And somehow, as you all know, with various things, even spectrum issues or whatever, airwaves now go across the reservation. So there is no real way to simply ignore. But that saying above that said that the struggle has made us stronger. Did that mean I put the computer to sleep too? It's coming back up. Okay, just to tag on what Terry said, what traditional cultural specialists, sometimes this was something that Steve brought up last night, that oftentimes I'm also told, but there's nothing there. Why? How could you be concerned about plot what looks like an empty field? There's nothing there. And everybody is aware of the possibility now of archaeology. There's something underneath. But what if it's not archaeology? What if it's places where things happened and no visible marker remains? Well, the people used to get together there to play stickball. How would you know that? You can't without speaking to people within the community. What if it's places where burials exist but the markers washed away? We had that come up within the last year and had to resurvey the reservation cemeteries. What if it's a place where traditional plants were gathered or still are gathered? What if it's a place where some kind of social event took place or baptisms occurred? Or my favorite example from the Coushatta community, and I use this with linguists as well, what if it's the place where the people got water from their wells and it's a shared well and you don't see anything because the well has long since been filled in, but those places are critical for the people to understand the social connections. All just examples of why you need traditional cultural specialists. And the images on this slide represent 5 generations. The lower image is an actual group that got together. This was at around a language committee meeting. The people couldn't agree. This is our method of arbitration, I guess you guys would call it in the corporate world. The first night no one could agree, so the next morning 3 of the elders showed up. We didn't know they were coming in, and they sat and discussed until resolution was reached. And the picture above that, my husband's grandmother on one side and great-grandmother on the other. So that is how things are resolved, with 5 generations looking at the shared knowledge. And again, what may sometimes look like just a simple pole or a simple installation is not that simple to us. A brief map. This happens to be Alabama. When you do enter the TCNS system, usually these maps are up there, but also you'll get either a call or an email from us, and we are happy to provide these. We color code very simply. We'd like to have the map that you have, but we have white, yellow, and red right now, and red counties are places of significant importance to us. We took a group of elders back to Alabama, in this case to one of the village sites. Looks like an empty field right now. And I truly wish you could have been there to see their faces when they recognize some of the viewscapes, the things like Terry said that others might not see, and the plants. And this picture is a little girl who is, I love it because she's so intent and she's so serious on learning the traditional basketry. And for that, of course, the plants have to be protected. And just to reiterate, when in doubt, ask us. We're happy to consult. Ali Lamont.
Thank you very much. I am on. Linda reminded me of 2 things. One is that I need to thank the fact that our panelists are here. Jeff and I are here because we work here. Yeah. But our panelists are here because yesterday we had a training program for our consultants and our licensees, and their travel was funded by PCIA, which is one of the trade associations. One of our panelists had to go back to New Mexico. She was the New Mexico Deputy Shippo, Jambia. But these folks kindly agreed to stay and have flights at various times this afternoon that they'll need to be catching. But their presence is here because one of the trade associations made it possible. The other thing is that I told a story, I guess, as a wrap-up yesterday, that I want to tell you the conclusion of that, which is that there were 2 occasions when I've been on the Northern Plains where archaeologists who've been trained in traditional fashion have stood on the site and said there's nothing here, and the tribal people that were there said, yes, there are things here, this is what they are. In the first instance, that archaeologist and the licensee immediately recognized that they needed to do something different. And so by the next day, that the archaeological firm and the licensee had made a commitment that when they're working in tribal areas where there may be sites they were not able to recognize, they always hire a tribal member or somebody with expertise in those kinds of sites. And that practice that goes back 6 years. That practice has continued today. So they learned very quickly. The second occasion, which happened a couple of years ago, the archaeologist who was there that was told by tribal members and some fairly significant tribal members that he was standing in a site when he said there was nothing there, still hasn't learned. So that's a failure, but the first is a success. And I'd like to think that your presence here in this room, listening to the messages from the tribes, will mean that we're going to be successful with you understanding why it's important to work with the tribes. And it's also important to work with the SHPOs, which is why we have Roger Kirshen from the state of Virginia. That's my transition. And Roger is the archaeologist by training, but runs their compliance program and has a few words to say to you about PTC.
Thanks, Steve. So I am in Richmond, and Steve mentioned that we flew in from various places. I availed myself of rail transportation to come up here, so thank you. Just a kind of a brief summary of the types of resources that we're dealing with in Virginia, just to sort of set a context for compliance with the program comment in Section 106. In Virginia, we have all of our resources available through information on the resources through a digital information system, VCRIS, which is the Virginia Cultural Resource Information System. It has 225,000 architectural and archaeological resources identified within the system. And for the record, it is considered to be a complete inventory of those things recorded, but keep in mind that it only represents a small fraction of those resources, the total historic resources that may be present in Virginia. But for the purposes of the program comment, I think we can agree that most relevant are the numbers of eligible, National Register eligible or National Register listed resources. And to that, we have over 3,000 architectural resources listed in the National Register of Historic Places, 126 National Historic Landmarks. An additional 3,000 architectural resources have been determined eligible for listing on the National Register, so those would be considered under the terms of the program comment. We have 43,000 known archaeological sites recorded in our system, of which 650 have been determined eligible, and an additional 800 have been determined potentially eligible for listing on the National Register. But to that, you need to consider any number of cultural landscapes that are recorded in our system, not the least of which is the indigenous cultural landscape of the Captain John Smith Chesapeake National Historic Trail. But there are other National Historic Trails that pass through Virginia that are of utmost importance to us in the Park Service, including the Star-Spangled Banner Trail, the Washington Rochambeau Revolutionary Route National Historic Trail, a more loosely defined journey through hallowed ground, heritage area. These are all sort of large landscape resources that warrant consideration in some form or fashion as we navigate compliance issues. In Virginia, specifically, of critical importance are Civil War battlefields. We have 122 battlefields recorded, courtesy of the National Park Service and the Civil War Sites Advisory Commission and the American Battlefield Protection Program. Those 122 battlefields cover 1.2 million acres in Virginia. And relevant to these discussions, many of those contain rail lines that are considered historic and contributing to the battlefield landscape that were of key importance to troop and supply movements, and even in some cases considered defensive positions for specific battles. And those battlefields are broken down into three subsets. Within each battlefield, you'll have a study area, which includes all aspects of the battle, including avenues of access and egress. Specifically, a lot of times are roads and railroads. The core area of a battlefield would be basically what's considered the hallowed ground. This is where the fighting and dying occurred. And then something new that the National Park Service has introduced is the potential National Register boundaries, which is essentially a subset of the study and core areas that reflects some aspects of landscape integrity. Again, for our purposes, for the purposes of review, the Virginia SHPO, and I think other SHPOs dealing with the National Park Service data, consider the study area, which is generally the largest set of information for each battlefield, as a historic property for the purposes of compliance with 106, the program comment, nationwide programmatic agreement. Not all battlefields are considered eligible for listing due to lack of integrity. There are some battlefields in Virginia that have been evaluated and determined not eligible simply because there's nothing left to represent that battle. But again, that information is all available in our online service that's accessible by registration. There are fees associated with that, and it's open to consultants and cultural resource professionals and agency representatives who have a legitimate need to view that information. And there are privacy considerations or confidentiality considerations that are covered through a confidentiality agreement that you sign upon registration. A moment to speak about consulting parties and specifically submissions via E106 and TCNS. Virginia is one of the 25 or so states that participates in the use of E106. We find it extremely effective tool to manage what can sometimes be a large volume of projects. We do not currently have any resident federally recognized Indian tribes in Virginia, but that said, we have probably a dozen or so that are actively consulting on undertakings in Virginia. I'm not sure how many are actually registered in TCNS as expressing interest in Virginia, but through other 106 consultations, we have about a dozen non-resident tribes. We have 12 now state-recognized tribes, which aren't afforded the same status as federally recognized tribes, but have legitimate stakes in the review of projects in Virginia. We're on the verge of having our first federally recognized tribe, resident tribe, the Pamunkey Indian tribe in Virginia. They were recommended for recognition by the BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs, in January. There was a 6-month review, which is now, I think, just passed. I haven't heard a recent update. If there were no negative comments, then I think they're cleared for recognition. If there are adverse comments, then there's a process for the next 3 months to address those comments, and so sometime in September. So that's exciting for us, new ground for us. So I've already spoken with FCC staff about making sure that they engage with TCNS as soon as they wish, to let them know that there are these tools available to interface with the federal process. A bit about the program comment. I'll echo what has been said in several presentations this morning, that early coordination with SHPO and the tribes, I think, is going to be the key to managing what at first blush seems a fairly daunting task for all of us to accomplish in a short period of time. I think that I can speak for Virginia. I think we would be certainly open to alternative agreements that further streamline the process, but I think coming in and sitting down and making sure we all understand the scope and scale of the issues, we'd certainly be willing to work with individual rail companies to find a solution. And I would suspect that most SHPOs would feel the same way. Again, I would echo that working with local talent is probably a key to success. If not local, then at least a firm that is accustomed to working in the states that you're working in. That's really going to smooth things out. There are peculiarities across states which can only be understood by folks who work in that state regularly. I think that's in our mutual best interest to work with people who are knowledgeable about the resources and processes in each of those jurisdictions. We do have consultant lists available, but I suspect that there's a I see several in the room today who are very interested, I think, in speaking with you about some business opportunities that work in Virginia and other states regularly. So I would strongly suggest that at earliest point sit down with us and the consultant and really chart out a way to best approach this situation. There have been some efforts on a national scale. Review of the program, comment, and other processes have been coordinated by the National Council of State Historic Preservation Offices. We've been participating in review through that organization. There seems to be some interest in establishing some standard batching process. Our comments to that have been that I think what may work in Virginia may not work in Colorado and may not work in Oregon and Louisiana and New Mexico. So there's not a one-size-fits-all solution. We can maybe set some parameters at the outset, but working with the states individually, I think is going to be the best success. I think we've reviewed a few towers, but we've not yet had any meetings with any rail companies to sit down and discuss this. So I invite you to contact me as soon as possible. And with that, I'll open it up. If there are any questions, if I can expand on anything and touch on things I haven't discussed, I certainly will. But in the interest of time, I think I'll pass it along.
Okay, thank you very much. We've gotten a couple of questions. I'm surprised we haven't got a couple stacks worth of questions already, especially from folks in the room. But Jeff, if you wanted to deal with that one quickly? Okay. All right, I'll do the easy one. The one question we got, for new towers that are not exempt or accepted under the program comment, will the standard form 620 be the required format for review submissions? And the answer is yes, because that's what E106 is built around, is the form 620 and form 621.
So we received another question. We received another question from Romelia Martinez, a cultural resource technician from with the Shoshone-Bannock tribes in Fort Hall, Idaho. And it comes with a bit of a description and then a question. I was wondering if the panel might be able to relate or expound. And Romelia Martinez asks, project proposals are received where the area of potential effect is completely covered by snow and ground visibility is 0%. And ground visibility is 0%. These are not permanent conditions. Nevertheless, a pedestrian survey is conducted and the area is tested by shovel probes, which of course is destructive. I would not think this would be acceptable or ethical since weather conditions vary and snow melts. This may perhaps be a general question, but why are a majority of archaeological sites listed as unevaluated or unknown when there are numerous concentrations of sites located in close proximity to a proposed site location? This creates concerns. Sites being labeled as such and a recommendation of no adverse effect with SHPO concurrence creates concern because these sites are of significance to the tribe, especially when they surround a proposed project area of potential effect. Would any of the panelists care to comment, react, answer?
I've seen it happen. It happens. You want to try it?
Yeah, this is something that happens. It's job security for me in some regard because it's something that we don't allow. And you'll hear that from us, and that's a part of pursuing that process and reasonably explaining why I think all of us here right now said, you're going to do a survey and there's absolutely no visibility, and you're going to say that there's no adverse effect, and that's a part of, one thing that I didn't mention in my talk, but I wanted to, is expectations, and that's, we receive Fonzies all the times, or, these findings that to us are just absolutely preposterous, and that when a finding is based on inconclusive evidence or incomplete data, be aware that tribes are potentially or very likely going to object to that, and that if the work isn't done well the first time, it's going to look like project delays, and ultimately tribes are doing a service because we're reminding everyone of what everyone's obligations are under the laws. And those are the tools that we're using in order to do that. So sometimes that looks like people saying the tribe's holding up my project. Sometimes, I get put out there that way, but that's not what's going on. People are holding up their projects because good work isn't being completed. So, do your work well the first time, or timelines are going to get pushed out. It's another reason to find good contractors who are going to help you with your timelines and things like that and do quality work.
Just as a follow-up to David's comment, I know I used to work here in Virginia, and I'm very familiar with Roger through my work here in Virginia. Going out to the Dakota area, to the Dakotas, it was a total changeover for me because most of the survey work there's very little subsurface testing. So it is all surface examination for sites for the most part, except in areas where ground visibility is so poor in terms of grass height in particular during the summer. But in terms of winter survey, you really can't do much survey work in the winter. The SHPOs there don't allow it. In fact, they will tell you to go back out when the ground visibility is better to resurvey the area. And within the reservation, I would never allow that to go on. It would only be surveyed during such times as visibility is sufficient. In particular, and I prefer to do my survey work in particular during the spring and fall months for that very reason. So I do. It is addressed on the Great Plains in terms of the SHPO saying, no, you're going to have to go back out and resurvey because it's just not, the conditions aren't conducive to survey work. So.
We've been handling a couple of questions that have come in and trying to parse them out to different panels. And one of the questions that involves a little bit of a detail involving the program comment will be answered in a later panel. So if you've seen us shuffling around, that's what we've been doing. Another question that has come in, given the increase in tribes requesting documentation and fees, would it be possible to get more structured responses through TCNS? Information such as fee amount, to whom the check should be addressed, address to which fees should be mailed, name and contact info for tribal contacts, additional documentation, and format for submission. Now, a portion of this question might be a part of the discussion a little bit later in the program involving TCNS, but I thought it would be appropriate to ask for the panelists to share perspectives on some of the issues that are raised in this question as well.
You will get a letter from us within a number of days of registering on TCNS. And again, I'm only speaking for the Coushatta tribe of Louisiana, not any of the other federally recognized tribes or TIPOs. But you will actually have person-to-person communication with our tribe within a very short amount of time. And I know that there are consultants in the room who have used our system and are aware of it. I also know that with the railroads, there are a number of places that I've called identifying new consultants who aren't familiar with our system. And it does take a little bit longer. Sometimes I'll call a company and get referred 3 or 4 times. But ideally, the way our system is set up to work is you will be directed by TCNS to get in touch with us. We will get in touch with you if we don't hear from you, and you will get all of that specific information. So the TCNS is designed as sort of an automated response, and we will follow up very shortly if you're a new consultant and don't know the way to deal with it. Our preferred method of contact, but via TCNS at a minimum you will get the phone number and the email address of the first person, which is me, that you should get in touch with. And then you'll get an actual in-person follow-up virtually within a number of days.
The area that I might just add to that is, for an example, we do charge a processing fee per TCNS. It's a part of our standard response for information that we need. We try to include all that information that was mentioned. I know it's been mentioned also in our panel to ask, if you see a way to make a system better, tribes, especially tribes, from my experience and exposure, it's definitely the case with us, you'll find it with other tribes, is that it's not as large of a bureaucratic process to get something changed. I have the complete ability to, within reason, if it's the wording and the explanation and the information that somebody needs to do something better, I can add that. Right? I mean, that's like you call me, I change it, you get the information you need, and it can happen that easily. It's not that I have to get 5 lawyers to sign off on it, et cetera, depending on what the information is. But the information you listed is an example of that. So the other part is that, we've been put into a realm of needing to assign a certain amount on averaging things out. And that's the amount that we have. If there is something above and beyond what we're providing right now for that amount, and a certain person is interested in that, such as they would like a 5-page letter report about the review that we conducted and what that looks like for their own documentation and records. If they want to ask the Grand Round Tribe to do that, we could do that, but there's probably going to be a fee, an additional fee attached to that. So more importantly, it's just building that relationship, because changes can be made within that to understand, to make it better. So it's good to hear that amount of feedback. I could see one thing as a recommendation, guidelines. It might be helpful for other tribes. If there was a guideline or examples put out. If there are any tribes that are watching this that are interested, you're welcome to send me an email, david.harrelson@grandron.org. And I'm happy to provide our template as an example to you of what we submit for information. But it would be nice if there was some sort of information like that as a standard example. Tribes are sovereign, though, and they will write what they want to put down.
Okay. A piece of this question gets to automatic responses, and if you remember from Mr. Steinberg's presentation earlier today, the program comment allows the railroads to ignore, in effect, automatic responses. So if a tribe has a particular need for fees and other kinds of things through PTC, we need to be careful how we do that. And that actually is something I think maybe Diane Dupert would need to talk about in her presentation, is how we could set that up so it's recognized that this is not an automatic response, or it becomes part of the railroad's responsibility as part of those initial discussions with SHPOs and tribes to work those things out. Do we have any more questions? That's it? Okay. Again, I'm surprised, but okay. Jeff, do you want to say a few words?
So as we were sitting down, Steve asked me if I would make some sort of wrap-up closing comments, trying to help provide a little bit more perspective. And I want to begin by complimenting the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau. Roger, Jessica, Joelle, Jeff, it is a pleasure to work with you. Steve, I admire your work. I am in awe of the atmosphere in which you work. And it's a pleasure to have worked for years and years with the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau. I helped at the staff level working with Jeff and a gentleman who is no longer with us, Frank Stillwell, when we wrote the nationwide programmatic agreement, and indeed the co-location agreement before that, and the office that I have the privilege to direct worked side by side with the infrastructure team as we were developing the program comment and going through the tribal consultation process. I'd like to acknowledge and thank the members of the panel. It was enlightening. It was many things that I could relate to. I will tell you, perhaps one of the most sincere forms of affection in Indian country and respect is actually teasing very hard. So, Dr. Langley, I will tell you that my wife married into our tribe as well, and we would refer to you as a captive Kashada. And indeed, that does carry a lifetime of obligation. So, but in having been a citizen of the Commonwealth of Virginia and one time actually working for Mr. Jefferson's, having attended Mr. Jefferson's University, and then also having worked for the Monticello Foundation, I admire your work in Virginia as well. Thank you very much. And we look forward to the time when we can work with the Pamunkeys and the other tribes in Virginia as they pursue their federal recognition. So I think a few of the thoughts I wanted to share, a few of the things that have come from some of the speakers from Indian country to help. In my role, I often find myself being a translator or a diplomat of sorts. Our United States share a unique trust relationship with tribal nations, and that the body of law that binds the United States with tribal nations, it comes from a history that has taken very interesting turns, and so that you understand properly the perspective and a little bit of the thoughts I want to share, because I'm going to touch on issues just a little bit involving things like history and race and religion and culture. And these aren't topics that, when we're talking about cultural preservation and historic preservation, they are part of the whole. And from the tribal perspective, there are very few, if any, boundaries between these in terms of the perspective of tribal nations. And so that you know where my perspective comes from, I was raised in New Mexico and Oklahoma. I was raised in the wonderful mixed blood tradition of Oklahoma. I am descended from 4 tribes and by marriage related to many more, but was raised by 2 parents, one of whom was a tribal leader his entire life and walked on as the ambassador from his tribe to the United States. My mother retired as a federal leader, as the head of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So very much I was raised to a work in this area between the federal government and tribal governments. And in being raised in that, one is raised not just in law and policy and culture, but all the things that inform those. So I think it may, and I warned you I was from Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, when Steve asked me to speak, I thought, oh good, unaccustomed as I am to public speaking, I have only a few thousand well-chosen words. Oklahomans take about 10 minutes just to clear their throat. Fortunately, we also like to eat. We're very close to lunch, so I'll try to keep this close. But it may come as a surprise if you have that. It may not. Unfortunately, due to history and some of the really unseemly aspects of this, we didn't learn some of the things that the speakers talk about today in 10th grade civics. It wasn't taught in textbooks, the history of Indian country, the history of the relationship between Indian country, the states, things that inform archaeology and cultural preservation. I was fascinated, Mr. Harrelson, by the one slide that you had that talked about things that are tangible, intangible, and those things that cross over. To tribalize and to the tribal perspective, sometimes it is difficult to step out of that environment and explain, because in the United States we do have, indeed, a separation of church and state. We do separate our ceremonies from our daily life. It is something that many people, with respect to their religions, practice a ceremony on a particular day. In Indian country, those are wrapped up in daily life, the practice. And there are, for instance, the concepts that are present in the dominant society and some of the belief systems of the dominant society involving ministering or conversion. These are fundamental tenets of certain religions. Those are not present necessarily in tribal religions. One could not necessarily become an Omaha or a Coshada. And that's not a value judgment, that's just the belief. So the concept of ministering, sharing the belief, is not present. But then also, there are ways in which, Dr. Langley, I was struck when you mentioned, of course, that the tribe for whom you work believes that it is strong that they have endured. Indeed, some of these beliefs turned into some of these religious beliefs turned into taboos, because every time something was shared, it was diminished by history. So I was also thinking about recently. I was watching the remarks, the For those of you who have not had an opportunity to visit the National Museum of the American Indian, there is a fantastic resource about the history of the indigenous peoples of the Americas just down the road. And recently at a symposium celebrating the life of one of the greatest warriors for Indian country in history, Senator Daniel Inouye, the museum recommitted itself to certain basic tenets, and one of those was helping calibrate the understanding of Americans. And there was one thing that struck me because I had never heard it before. It might come as a surprise to you to learn that there was a population in this continent that was equal to or greater than the total population in Europe at the time of the first contact of Europeans with North American indigenous peoples. So the fact that these tribes remain, that fact alone informs the history. I also, in my work, in our work here at the Commission, we are informed several times when Jeff and Steve, or Steve's predecessor, and I had to get involved in very detailed consultations with tribal nations about the impacts of sites. We came face to face with the kind of restrictions that each of the panelists referred to, whether they're gender or certain responsibilities within a tribe. I told you that I'm descended from 4 tribes. Yesterday, in the introduction, I gave just a small window into the perspective of one of those. My mother's people, the Omaha people, we are in Kesabig clan, and the clan has a particular responsibility associated with the hunt. And as a result, that knowledge around the hunt, around where the buffalo were, and I can appreciate that the Osheti Akoin believe there's authority throughout wherever the buffalo roam. Part of that was also into Omaha territory. And we have maintained very good relationship with the Osheti Akoin for a long time, and we have a respect for their Tioshpa. So I would hope that you would take that home on our behalf as well here from the FCC. But we have, for instance, been confronted by the need to work with elected officials at a tribal government who must call then in turn upon certain internal traditional experience to be able to pull from one clan a senior representative who is perhaps who was responsible for certain shrines that within a particular location were affected by a tower that was constructed without review. So in this experience, there were a number of different things that in the FCC's growth and understanding of the operation of these laws that have come to play in what we believe are very effective methods to achieve success with every stakeholder involved here. With that, I would say some of this may, if you have not studied it, if this is the first time that you're hearing some of this may come with a bit of skepticism, some of this awareness of history. You may not care, or you may think, why should I care? Well, evidence that you're here, the fact that you're here is evidence that you do care, or that you should care. Our elected representatives in Congress created a law that said that we should. But also, we should care because it is about being a good neighbor. And it is about being a good neighbor in a 21st century. This is not the 18th or 19th century. And the concepts associated with manifest destiny are bygone values. Imposing values on others is no longer a value in the United States. So with that, I would leave you with some of the things that we had thought about when we were analyzing particular potential impacts, working with a tribe that said, well, this particular site has a particular location to it, for instance, to this mountain. And one must remind oneself that there are other mountains and other belief systems and other traditions and other national belief systems. For instance, Mount Ararat, Mount Fuji, or the Parthenon. And in some ways, what we are told by tribal representatives in no way differ ultimately than these sorts of values. They're uniquely native and indigenous to their tribes, their governments. With that, I would like to tell you, I'd like to give you a couple of potential resources if you'd like to learn a little bit more, continue this discussion. The Office of Native Affairs and Policy is always a resource to you. We are a part of the infrastructure team and enjoy working directly with our colleagues at every level in the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau. If you'd like, I told you a little bit about the Omahas. There is a fascinating book that was written by Francis and Suzette LaFlèche about the Omahas, and is an ethnographic review that was written at a point in time when some of the concepts that were discussed at the table were just coming into being. And to understand, have a view in a very personal way, I would offer that. If you want to understand better how the atmosphere of tribal life includes everything at the same time. Indeed, there are many tribal governments that we work with at the FCC, many of the federally recognized tribal nations that are not democracies. They are, in many ways, what Western ideology refers to as a theocracy. I had the privilege of serving on the board of directors of Acoma Business Enterprises. Acoma is what non-Acomas might refer to as a theocracy. The council is appointed by the Antelope clan and has been forever. And the board of directors of those business enterprises, everything from hunting, fishing, all sorts of different things, agriculture, gaming, a variety of different things, were appointed by these council members. When Richard Nixon was president and was confronted by what at the time was being called the Indian problem, he gathered a number of big thinkers around the United States. And while whatever was going on in the West Wing, there was another thing that was going on in another part of the White House. There were a group of great thinkers from across the country. And for the attorneys in the room, you'll probably recognize the name Carl Llewellyn. He was one of the architects of the Uniform Commercial Code. He was one of those that then President Nixon asked to come help with the big thinking about how to address the Indian problem in the United States. The Indian problem in the United States was that the indigenous population, been driven off the land, was incredibly destitute and was dealing with incredible social problems at the time. The outcome is, of course, the modern era that we are in federal Indian policy, the self-determination era of federal Indian policy. Prior to that, as far back as Thomas Jefferson, the ideology was either removal or assimilation. Move Indians out to the West, where I was raised in Oklahoma, or assimilate them into society, make American Indians Indian Americans. Well, the concept of self-determination should be very familiar. It's essentially home rule and recognizing the sovereignty of tribal nations. And since then, in a series of laws and policies that have come from the judicial branch, the United States and tribal nations are on a much better path forward. Carl Llewellyn was struck by what he learned about American Indians, being one of the great thinkers in American jurisprudence. He actually wrote a book that I wanted to recommend as well. In addition to that very personal book about the Omahas, Carl Llewellyn wrote a book called The Cheyenne Way. And it is about how the Cheyenne system of governance and law and policy is part of the whole and part of the religious aspect and the cultural aspect of the Cheyenne. If you want to understand a little bit more about what Dr. Langley was speaking about in terms of the relationship very much between tribes who are where they are presently and those where they have relationship before, there is a seminal work called And Still the Waters Run by Angie DeBow. So I appreciate your attention. I want to say thank you very much to the panel, Steve, and the planners. Thank you very much. I think we are going to adjourn for lunch.
Hello, hello. We're going to reconvene now for folks out in the hall. If you come in and have a seat, please. Thank you. Give the standing reminder here. Those sitting in the audience can submit questions by writing them on note cards, and of course leave your name and affiliation, please. And then those watching remotely can submit questions via email to livequestions, plural, @fcc.gov. And now here is Steve Del Sordo.
Good afternoon. I'm ostensibly here to introduce, again, Tom McCullough, which I will do in a second, but I have a clarification, I guess two clarifications. At the end of the last session, we got a question about KMZ files, which are Google Earth files for those of you who don't use it. And we've been telling you for the past year, we love Google Earth files. We want you to use Google Earth or USGS maps because we can't recommend one over the other. But we thought that when you put Google Earth attachments into TCNS, they just went ahead. That's because I'm an historian and Jeff's a lawyer, so what do I know about IT? It turns out that TCNS will automatically convert your KMZ file to a PDF, and well, that's great because it gives the tribe the image and the location of where you're proposing to put your poles or your communications towers, if that's what you're doing. It means that they lose the functionality of Google Earth, which is the thing that we're looking for. One of the things that I like about Google Earth and ArcInfo has its similar system, is that you can rotate the orientation and you look around the landscape, especially with the street views and things like that. But I think the workaround until we get this issue resolved, which hopefully will be real quick, is send the notices through TCNS like you are, recognizing that the KMZ file attachment is going to be converted to a PDF. Then, if you would, please send the tribe, because you'll get a list back of the tribes that receive that TCNS notice. Send those tribes an email that contains the Google Earth image, the KMZ file, so that they have that. And you might want to make a note in your TCNS filing that a KMZ, a full actual KMZ file is to come. I think that'll work for the time being. The second is a clarification from the question that we got about FERC and other federal agencies, Section 106. And let me read it in its entirety so I get it right. Please clarify an earlier comment concerning 106 requirements for other federal agencies. Does the FCC filing cover other agency requirements? That's up to the other agency. I can't answer for them. So if you put a cell tower up, went through our Section 106 process, I can't tell you that FERC is going to accept our Section 106 process because it's their process and not ours. So you need to work with that other federal agency for that. So those are my two clarifications. And with that, let me introduce Tom McCullough again. Tom, as I said yesterday, he is a senior archaeologist with the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation. He's been there for about 25 years. He's a real clever archaeologist. He's useful to have working on your projects. And I think you'll find his presentation very useful and practical. So with that, Tom, there you are.
Well, I appreciate that introduction. I've been called a lot of things in my day, but clever is a new one. Okay, what I'm going to talk about today is, as we see, positive train control in archaeology. Archaeological issues are not the biggest issue you're going to be facing in putting up wayside poles or installing positive train control. It's there, it's something you need to be aware of, and you need to be aware of the procedures for dealing with it. But it's not going to be the biggest historic preservation issue you come across. Perfect example is cell towers. 15 years ago, cell towers were the biggest issue in historic preservation. Like overnight, they went up like mushrooms. They were everywhere. And people really didn't know what to think about them or how to deal with them. Well, today, you still have cell towers, better cell towers, more cell towers, but you don't notice it like you did. Agencies, industry has gotten more clever with disguising them, with putting them in places that are unobtrusive, with co-locating them. So cell towers today are not the biggest issue in historic preservation. The biggest issue today are alternative energy, wind farms, coming up like mushrooms in the Midwest and the West, solar arrays in the desert of California and Arizona. Those are the really hot ticket items right now in historic preservation. But visual issues with cell towers, like with, in the positive train control, wayside towers, it's not that big a deal for archaeology. And it's not that big a deal for preservation. there's a process, and I think Steve and the FCC and our agency and industry and tribes in the states have come up with a workable way to get them installed, meet the deadlines, and everything else. So what I'm going to do is talk a little bit about archaeology, how archaeology fits in with the program comment and positive train control. But as Steve did in the last session, which I thought was very informative, questions to me about certain issues or what does the council think about this or that kind of are almost more helpful, because we have either formal positions or issues we've set out in letters to other agencies that form council policy on a wide variety of topics that deal with archaeology. And if questions come in, I can kind of espouse and expand a little bit on that to show you the kind of issues you may be dealing with and whether we've dealt with it already, because that'll save time and money down the road. So I talked a lot yesterday about Section 106 and archaeology. Steve and everybody else has been talking about 106 compliance, complying with 106. What do I do to meet my obligations? Well, for the FCC and positive train control, it's done through the program comment. It's not the individual 106 reviews, as you well know. It allows you to meet those two standards I talked about yesterday. Take into account standard and provide the council the reasonable opportunity to comment standard that's set out in the law. Does it for 30,000 wayside poles at one time, in one fell swoop. Program comments are quite a common way for agencies that have various kinds of repetitive reviews to meet their 106 obligations. We have them for GSA on selected repairs and upgrades to historic federal buildings. Navy, several program comments, one on the disposal of obsolete historic vessels, with all the Army, Navy, and Air Force for the replacement of Cape Art Wherry military housing, which is put up after World War II. Federal Highway program comments on the interstate highway system, program comments affecting post-1945 historic bridges. How do you deal with them? Department of Energy for their weatherization assistance program, providing money to communities to upgrade low-income housing to weather standards. So people aren't cold in the winter, they're not hot in the summer. So if you go to our website, there's probably a dozen examples of what program comments are and what do they do. So the issue for 106, the archaeological issue dealing with positive train control is simple. The placement of wayside poles and infrastructure can adversely affect archaeological sites through disturbance or through destruction. Putting a pole, a foundation in an archaeological site affects its integrity, as I talked about yesterday, that preservable entity, that whole. And if you affect the integrity, then they can lose their eligibility for the National Register of Historic Places. That's a bad thing. We want to protect integrity. We want to preserve it for the future. But the simple issue for archaeology, putting the poles, if you're not careful, could screw up an archaeological site. FCC meets its take into account standards by avoiding placing poles in known sites. We're talking with SPOs or others about high probability areas, sensitive areas. Use of monitors, archaeological and tribal monitors, for some of those highly sensitive areas, just to make sure we're not pulling stuff up. Or if we are, what do we do about it? If we can't avoid the archaeological site or can't avoid affecting it, we talk with the SPO and tribes about how do we deal with that, how do we mitigate for that unavoidable adverse effect. And limited archaeological recordation or data recovery is a common method for dealing with it. But each case is going to be a case-by-case basis because, as we see, sometimes they're augering holes, sometimes they're digging foundations. Most common, most inobtrusive method is either to screw the pole into the ground or, bring in an auger. And it's the ACHP's informal position that putting one hole 12 inches, 18 inches in diameter, up to 20 inches, 5 foot deep, 10 foot deep, the chances of hitting something, an attacked archaeological site, in generally a disturbed roadbed, is very little. There's very little potential. An artifact may come up. But as I talked yesterday, a single artifact does not a site make. And that's where the expertise comes in. But generally, that small a disturbance, we don't see it as that big a deal. So long as known sites are avoided and you're being careful with those areas that a SPO or a THPO may say it's a sensitive area. We know it's archaeologically sensitive. And just for those reasons, the program comment says that monitoring is not usually considered very useful when you're augering. The amount of material comes up is very little. The chances of artifacts or something coming up is even less. Could happen, probably will not happen. The other way the program comment talks about is bringing in a backhoe to dig a foundation. And usually the foundations are bigger than the actual slab. But the program comment talks about foundations being basically up to 4 by 6, maybe up to 6 foot deep. And in some situations, in a sensitive situation, archaeologically sensitive area, having an archaeologist or other people hand dig the hole doesn't take that long. So there's certain situations it may be prudent to say that's how we'll go, that's the route we'll take. They also the program comment talks about use of borrow, use of fill material. We don't have an official position on use of fill material, but we have a policy letter that we sent to the Vermont SPO several years ago dealing with federal highway projects, which basically said if you take borrow material from an existing borrow field, that is not subject to Section 106 review. But if whoever's doing the work has to go to a new or create a new borrow area, that would be subject to Section 106 review. And by that I mean having, coming in and talking to the SPO or tribes to say, is this an archaeologically sensitive area where we're going to be taking the fill? But generally fill from an existing bar pit, not a problem. Okay. Monitors. Monitors can be very useful in certain situations. Some monitors or some situations may benefit very little from monitoring. There's not much they can do. But the program comment talks about, kind of the power, the influence that a monitor would have. If they notice something's coming up, halt the activity. The first move is to see if there's another location nearby. Can we move it 5 foot this way, 10 foot that way? Easy solution. If movement is not an option, then there may be some recordation to determine what we need to do. As far as mitigation, maybe you have an archaeologist then dig the foundation if it can't be moved. That's one alternative. But these things that I'm telling you are things that will kind of keep you on track, keep you on schedule. But to meet that schedule, to stay on track, does require some effort and outreach by the applicants. That means taking what the SPO or the tribe says, taking it seriously if they say this is a sensitive area or this is a high probability area for archaeological sites. And they may well exist below the level of disturbance when the rail bed was first put down. Human remains. If a tribe, if a SPO, Native Hawaiian organization says this area is not just archaeologically sensitive, but known sites out there have a high potential for having human remains. We tell people in our training that should set off alarm bells in your head. Human remains are a big deal. They're a very big deal, and they become an even bigger deal over time because we're finding new and better ways to avoid them. So when we do hit them, it's usually because somebody dropped the ball. Somebody wasn't paying attention. Somebody didn't plan. So if somebody says this area there's that potential. You should say, okay, well, what do we need to do? What kinds of indicators might we come up with if we're using a backhoe to determine, there's human remains around this place. The program comment talks about having a plan, having a proactive plan. Our regulations dealing with emergency situations or with late discovery situations talk about developing that plan, talking with the SHPO, the tribes, if we hit human remains, or the kind of indicators, whether it's pottery or the kind of stone tools or something else, wood from a historic period coffin, grave markers. What do we do? Who do we talk to so we can not disrupt unduly what we need to do? The program comment talks about seizing work, securing the area, securing the remains, covering them back over, doing something to prevent the elements getting to them, prevent looting, unauthorized disturbance, and that happens even in the best of situations. Any artifacts associated with what looks to be bone or coffin hardware, preserve it. Don't mess with it. Don't touch it. On state and private land, it's going to vary by state. Whether you call the coroner in some situations to determine if it's a crime scene, or you call the state archaeologist. They'll determine, is it an archaeological issue, meaning generally over 100 years old, and if it is, then what do we do with it? Or if it seems to be more recent, do we need to call the state police? Who do we need to talk to make sure that they're involved, if they need to be involved, to make sure it's not a crime scene? But again, each state, it may be a state burial law, maybe an unmarked grave law, or cemetery laws. It really is going to depend. On federal lands, secure the material, because the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act is going to kick in if it is Native American remains. And there's federal laws dealing with historic period cemeteries, too, that will have to be dealt with. If on tribal lands, you need to be able to know who within the tribe to contact and find out what they want done with the material, who can touch it, whether you leave it or it's removed, whether any of it is photographed, whether any of it is analyzed. So that tribe is going to be in a position to say, here's what needs to be done. So human remains are a big deal. And they're encountered all the time in Section 106 activities. It's not unusual. But we just want to make sure that when they are found, that agencies, applicants know what to do, who to talk to. So that is a big deal. Okay, how to keep things running smoothly. Like I said, we encourage the development of discovery plans for human remains, discovery plans for sites. If you're in a sensitive area or you're near water where sites are known to be, what do we do when we find something? We have a lot of experience in helping agencies develop these plans, and the SHPOs can help as well. So we encourage you to talk to us, encourage you to talk to the SHPOs, the THPOs about what to do. Use of qualified professionals. This is important. You want people who know what they're doing. A lot of states have state registers of, say, firms or private archaeologists that they know do good work. Some states cannot provide that because it's considered restraint of trade. So even bad archaeologists would be on the list. As feds, we can't really recommend one firm over another, even though if asked, I could tell you which firms I would hire to do my work. But those are various issues to deal with, and SHPOs and THPOs can also say, well, we have in-house expertise for hire, or we know firms we've worked with a long time that we trust to do good work. Also, the program comment and our regulations talk about that special expertise the tribes and Native Hawaiian organizations have when dealing with the eligibility of properties of traditional religious and cultural significance to them. And we, advocate and encourage agencies to listen and accept their views if that's what they're saying. But that, again, is another kind of expertise, but it's a kind of expertise that does not necessarily have to meet the Secretary's qualification standards, Secretary of the Interior's qualification standards. If a tribe says these are the experts, then that's good enough for us. This slide of the Three Stooges. There's usually a certain generation that laughs and kind of giggles when they see it, and there's younger people who look at it and they just don't have a clue. And it's usually the guys who are saying, har, har, har. But that's a great slide. A friend of the Corps of Engineers sent it to us. Okay, like I said, where to go for help? Guy Lopez over here is Steve's compadre at the Advisory Council. He's the one who deals with FCC issues. But I'm the senior archaeologist, so I'm the one who can help you say, talk to these people, talk to those folks. They have great plans, or they know what to do with human remains show up, or here's some policy issues dealing with archaeology, and here's how we've addressed them in the past with other agencies. We can help you with that. Okay? Well, what I'd like to do now is take some questions or comments or anything else to help you all out here. For positive train control, how to conduct archaeology in regards to tracks that cross known village sites, tribal, Chinese rail working areas. Okay, if a site crosses a known archaeological site, then at a minimum I would expect there to be monitors, tribal monitors, as well as say an archaeological monitor, maybe the same individual, who is there to help plan what's going to be done and what are the alternatives to lessen any new impacts to that property. But that is the minimum we would expect is evidence that you've consulted with these folks to say, what do we need to do? How do we lessen the impacts, given here's what we're going to be doing. As far as Chinese rail working areas, I think it's probably a very understudied, underappreciated facet of American life. They built the Western railroads in a lot of ways. I would expect that in areas where there may be encampments or settlements where they were living when they built the railroads, that if you did have monitors or you had to do some archaeological work, that somebody, that monitor or one of the archaeologists or somebody was versed in the kind of artifacts that may come up in a Chinese workers' encampment or areas where they were known to work. Whether it's tea service or some kind of Chinese porcelain or certain kinds of pipes, we would want to see somebody with that knowledge, be able to inform the work that's going on in those areas. Not throughout the West, but they're probably well documented certain places where they lived in addition to working all around. But if certain kinds of artifacts were coming up, we would expect whoever did the analysis just to say, well, we don't know what these are. We would expect him to say, well, these people know about Chinese archaeology in the U.S., and they've looked at it, and here's what they think. Any other questions? Any comments? Time to go.
Sorry,
See the below highlighted yellow and info from the FCC website. Can another lead federal agency take over or not for the NEPA process if they are reviewing agency? Maybe you can help me with this.
Yeah.
one, the information did come through highlighted.
You probably need to talk to the microphone if you
Yeah. Let's see. Let me go up here. The question, and unfortunately the question didn't come through highlighted. Question is, can another lead federal agency take over or not for the NEPA process? And I'm assuming that they mean the NEPA process and not Section 106. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. Another federal agency is assumed lead agency responsibility for evaluating proposed antenna structures pursuant to a written agreement with the commission. Okay, here it is.
We'll get it here.
Yeah, we're the technology agency.
Here we go. Right. Okay. So this is.
And then you can see the other section.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's right out of the program comment.
Okay, yeah, so this is a NEPA question then, wanting to know if another lead federal agency, can another lead federal agency take over or not for the NEPA process if they are the reviewing agency?
And here's the cut and paste. This is where they
That's just from our general ASR.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, our rules provide that for as far as lead federal agencies for NEPA, if it's a landholding agency on federal land, then we generally recognize the other agency as the lead agency, so they would be responsible for the NEPA process. If in other instances, unless we've reached a specific written agreement, we're still subject to, compliance with our requirements.
Thank you.
That was not a Tom McCullough.
Easy for me. Any other questions, anything, about dealing with archaeology? Again, the kinds of activities being done to put the poles in, we've dealt with before. A lot of agencies have dealt with before, so it's nothing new. This kind of best practices for who to talk to, the questions to ask, and what to do if you do find something. So, we encourage you, as we said, as the program comment and our regs talk about, plan ahead. What happens if you do find archaeological materials? What happens if you do, if bones turn up? What do you do? The idea here is to have a protocol in place so that your work is not unduly disrupted, but that care is taken for the material that does come up. Proper care, proper consideration is given to the remains or to the artifacts. And we can help you all deal with that and show you other agencies, things they've done that have turned out well, things that they've done that did not turn out so well, or things to avoid, minefields to avoid. Okay? So give us a call, talk to Steve. We'll be glad to help get this thing done. Thank you.
As we're transitioning into our final panels here, just wanted to follow up a bit on what Tom just said. At least those of you who are with the Class 1 freight rails, as part of your MOUs that you've entered into about the previously constructed poles, have committed to develop a compliance plan and training programs for your employees to ensure that all the requirements are complied with, and as part of that, that's not something that these are not plans that the FCC is going to pass on and approve for you. But I do want to emphasize, part of that, of course, is putting procedures into place for unanticipated discoveries, as well as other aspects of compliance. And we are more than willing. We welcome the opportunity. We invite you to submit, to give us just, if you've come up with a draft of a plan, an outline of training materials, let us take a look at it. Steve is very happy to look at those. He wants to help you out, help you to to do your job the best that you can. So, we're very happy to look at those. I understood Tom McCullough to be offering to look at them from the ACHP's perspective as well. So just did want to extend that invitation. Okay. Next to last piece of the day, then, one more mind-numbing, detailed discussion. And this is moving off of the Section 106 and program comment area into the other piece of all of this, which is the NEPA compliance, which has sort of taken a back seat over the last several months as we have focused endless energies upon Section 106. But is very important, too, and is part of the FCC's rules, and we posted some guidance on our website just the other day, and as soon as the slides are ready to come up on the screen, we'll get going. So just for starters, a very quick overview of NEPA, what it is. Under NEPA, federal agencies are required to consider the significant environmental impacts of their major federal actions. That incorporates under what's sometimes referred to as the NEPA umbrella compliance with other federal environmental statutes, including NHPA, as all part of the broad NEPA process. The basic way that NEPA is structured: if an action may have a significant environmental impact, then an environmental assessment must be prepared. If it's the type of action that is unlikely to have a significant environmental impact, then under the agency's rules, the agency can establish categorical exclusions, and then there would not ordinarily need to be an EA. If the EA determines that there will be a significant, so then what happens under the EA is that the agency is required to issue a finding of no significant impact, or a FONSI. And if the FONSI comes out, then the action can proceed. If the agency is unable to issue a FONSI, then we need to go another step into something called an environmental impact statement. The FCC has never done an environmental impact statement. Now, there have been cases where someone may have pulled something out rather than go through that process, but I don't think that the EIS itself is something that you particularly need to be worried about for PTC wayside poles. It would surprise me. Let me just say, it would surprise me if a situation would come up where we would need one, but it is legally a possibility. So how do the FCC NEPA rules do this? We actually have things set up that everything is categorically excluded unless certain triggers are met. And very broadly, there's two sets of circumstances. One is if it meets one of several specific criteria set out in our rules, under which we have determined there may be a significant environmental impact, and therefore you need to do the EA. The other one would be if we order an EA in response to a petition or on our own motion. Again, that's not a very broad category of instances where that happens, but it's something under the CEQ rules that we are required to provide for that possibility, and it's not totally unheard of. These requirements, I just want to emphasize, apply independent of any Section 106 exclusion. It doesn't matter if you're the exclusions we were talking about all day today, the ones under the program comment, apply to 106. They don't apply to NEPA. So the NEPA work still, you still need to figure out if an EA is required. Co-locations, however, generally are excluded. Unless the only real exceptions for co-locations are if it's a co-location that is not excluded from 106 and you have an adverse effect under 106, then you also have an EA requirement. The other thing is compliance with our radio frequency exposure limits, which obviously is irrelevant whether the antenna is on an existing structure or not. So what are these triggers then under which we require an environmental assessment? The first, or these aren't the order that they're listed in the rules, but I've highlighted on the first page the ones that are most likely to be implicated for PTC wayside poles. So the first one is if it may affect historic properties or Indian religious sites, which actually combines two of them in our rules. And the way we apply that is if the result of the 106 process is a determination that there's an adverse effect, then at the end of the 106 process, we also have a requirement to file an EA, and the FONSI has to be issued before the construction can proceed. A second one is if it may affect threatened or endangered species. That's abbreviated somewhat from all of the verbiage that's in the actual rule. And what that means is if Fish and Wildlife Service went to the stage of requiring formal consultation and a biological assessment, then that's also going to require an environmental assessment. The third one that you probably have to pay the most attention to is if the pole or structure is located in a 100-year floodplain. That's an automatic trigger for an EA under our rules. I've just listed the other ones on this slide. If it's located in a designated wilderness area or a wildlife preserve, my understanding is if there is a railroad track there, by definition, it's not a wilderness area. But again, you need to just be clear on that. If there's a significant change in surface features, and the one that's most commonly comes up within that umbrella is wetland fill. High-intensity white lights in a residentially zoned neighborhood. Radio frequency exposure in excess of our FCC guidelines. That is phrased as a trigger for EA. What it really means is don't go there. And the last thing is a structure over 450 feet tall, which certainly does not apply to the wayside poles, and I think is probably unlikely to apply to anything being put up for PTC. So we've moved on from when do you need to file an EA. The next topic is what needs to be in the EA. And we do require, in those cases where an environmental assessment is filed, that it address all of the factors set out in sections 1.1307A and B of our rules, which are the things I just talked through on the previous slides. That doesn't mean there has to be a lengthy discussion of most of these things. As I go through it, in some instances, 1 or 2 sentences will be sufficient, but they do need to be addressed. And we have our specific expectations for each factor are spelled out in an EA checklist. And we have developed a version of this checklist that's specifically tailored to the PTC wayside poles. And that is posted on our PTC page on the website. The link, you've got the link all over the place, but it's reproduced again on this slide. It is attachment A to the guidance on complying with NEPA on the PTC webpage. So that's where you would find the checklist specifically. But what I'm going to do now is talk through most of what's on the checklist. So how do we expect each of these factors to be addressed? And again, I'm not going through them in order. I'm sort of going through them in order of what do you need to think the most about, starting with the more significant ones. So for endangered species, that's perhaps the most complex one in some ways. And what we're looking for is going to depend upon how the endangered species issues substantively were resolved. If protected, and a lot of this is going over some of the stuff that Joelle said at the beginning of the day, but if protected species are not present, we need documentation of that, and we expect that if you use the IPAC system that Joelle was talking about earlier, which is a great new option having been made available by Fish and Wildlife, you would produce, just give us the documentation of what that system spit out to say there's no species. Next possibility, we'll say species are present, but they would not be affected by the construction, which for the wayside poles, will probably, if the answer isn't species not present, it will probably be this one for nearly all of your wayside poles. We'll accept either a determination by the Fish and Wildlife Service or a determination by your own qualified biologist. If it's your own determination, we will want the resume of the biologist so that we are assured that this is a person who is qualified to make that determination. We would want a brief explanation, and it really can be pretty brief, of how the determination was made, but more than just a conclusory sentence. The safest and easiest way to do this, and that may not require hiring your own biologist, is to get a Fish and Wildlife determination. The counterweight to that is that sometimes it can take a little while to get that. I think Joelle talked earlier how she's willing to work with you, particularly in obvious cases, of how to give Fish and Wildlife the right language that they can just look at it and say, oh yeah, you're right. Third category, you couldn't reach a no-effect determination, but it's not likely to adversely affect, which is a Fish and Wildlife Service term of art. And in that, we do want the service to have concurred with it. So you would give us a letter from them saying they've concurred with that. The final category is if it is likely to adversely affect protected species, which is the set where they will then, Fish and Wildlife will say, formal consultation, go to a biological assessment. So that's the same as the category that triggers having to file an EA. And then the end of that will be an incidental take statement coming from FWS. We'll want that. By way of just giving you a sense of these things, we see no more than a dozen cases a year at the outside for towers where that comes up. I expect it would be a lot less frequent than that for poles that are in the right-of-way. I'll grant you that the dozen we see in a year doesn't account for cases maybe where somebody found out that it was going to be an adverse effect and either gave up the project or moved the tower. But even so, if this is more than a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of a percentage that triggered this for PTC wayside poles, I would be astounded. Okay. Next category, the historic properties or Indian religious sites. And this is one where we've really tailored some of this to the PTC context because of the program comment. But what we would be looking for in that category, in any EA to show that you've complied, the TCNS file number, and I should have added to this the E106 number as well, since these are all going to have to have gone through E106. Or if you didn't put it through TCNS because you had an alternative agreement that was sufficient to avoid having to do that, then give us the alternative agreement. On top of that, then, it really depends upon how you satisfied the 106 process. If it was excluded from review, just give us, reiterate in the EA the basis for the exclusion. If it was a determination of no adverse effect, then give us your concurrences from the SHPO or tribal nation, or explain why each particular tribal nation that was contacted didn't need to concur. Either they're one that said, if you don't hear from us in 30 days, you have no interest. If they didn't respond and you went through the FCC referral process. And I'll talk a little bit later about how we would like, ideally, that we're recommending that you present these things to us so we can work with them easily. The third possibility is if it was determined to have an adverse effect, then either give us the adverse effect agreement, or if you weren't able to reach an agreement, the FCC's decision under the program comment saying how the adverse effect should be addressed. And finally, we'd like you to attach any relevant correspondence that's not in TCNS. If it's in TCNS, you can just tell us it's in TCNS. We can look for it there. Floodplains and wetlands, and I put them both on the same slide because they're somewhat related. In both cases, the main thing we're looking for is a map. For floodplains, it's the FEMA map. For wetlands, it's the Army Corps. If the map shows that it's not in a floodplain, not in a wetland, that's all we want in the EA. If it is in a floodplain, then make a showing that the construction will be at least 1 foot above the floodplain. Normally, for standard tower projects, what we're looking for there is a building permit. We understand, a railroad putting poles up in its right-of-way, you're not getting a building permit from anyone. So just give us a very brief showing, as simple as, the track through this area is on a 3-foot-high embankment. We're putting the poles on top of the embankment. That's enough of an explanation. For wetlands, if you're not in the wetland, that's all we want to know. If it's in a wetland but you won't need fill, just demonstrate for us that you don't need to do any fill. Again, it's on our existing embankment. We don't need to put any more dirt there. If you do need to do wetland fill for us, then give us the permit from the Army Corps or whatever else you have. We don't know what kind of arrangements you may have with Army Corps, whether there's some broad agreements or anything. Just so it's flexible, whatever you have that lets you do it. On the other factors, just quickly for, wilderness areas and wildlife preserves, the relevant databases and maps. If you happen to be in one of those areas, your approvals or permits. The high-intensity white lights, a single sentence saying this will not use high-intensity white lights is fine. If by any chance you are using them, then you need to go a little further. And the radio frequency exposure is the showing of compliance with the FCC's guidelines, which if it's that you're below the power limits that require a case-by-case determination, just say that. Okay, content. So then the next area is how to file these EAs. And again, I'm focusing on the PTC wayside poles here. But some of this is true for anything. The EAs should be filed as an attachment to FCC Form 601, which is a licensing form. And the Form 601 will accommodate multiple attachments. What we recommend that you do for easy processing is attach the body of your EA as one attachment, and then your supporting documentation as additional attachments, either an attachment for a single document or for a group of related documents. If you have 10 letters from tribes, you can put them all in one attachment, but generally try to sort them out so that we can work with them more easily. The preferred way to file is electronic filing in ULS. Preferred is actually a weak word for this. Basically, it is required if you can. And the if you can is what I'm getting to in a moment here, because in order to file on Form 601 electronically in ULS, you need the FRN that's associated with the license. As my understanding, in many or perhaps most instances, the license is held by PTC 220, and so PTC 220 would have the FRN. We've spoken with the attorney for PTC 220, Michelle Farquhar, and other folks there, and what we understand is that they will make the FRN available to the Class 1 railroads, so that the Class 1 railroad can file in ULS using that FRN that PTC 220 got with the license. If you're with one of the short line or commuter railroads and you are using spectrum leased from PTC 220, or some other lease spectrum, conceivably, you may not be able to have access to the FRN. In those cases, we have a manual process that you can use. Again, it's only to be used in cases where you don't have another option, because we can't process large numbers of these. We can do it on an individual basis. So if the FRN is not available, what we ask you to do is complete the Form 601, email it along with the attachments to ptcquestions@fcc.gov. I'm going to go through this in a little bit of detail. It's also in the online guidance. In the 601, in response to questions 11A and 11B, request a waiver of the electronic filing and signature rules, and I've reproduced the rule numbers here. Also include a separate attachment that states the justification for the waiver, which is we're using spectrum leased from PTC 220 and we don't have the FRN. When we get that, we'll upload the application into ULS for you. You can file one EA that covers multiple sites. Technically, as far as the way the system is programmed, the ULS will allow up to 999 sites to be addressed in a single environmental assessment. We don't expect ever to see that many in any one EA. The only restrictions on that are they all must be associated with the same spectrum license, and more guidance than a hard, fast rule, but the fact patterns should be sufficiently similar that somebody can look at the EA and actually figure out what's going on. But if you've got 20 poles in a row in the same floodplain, absolutely do them all in one EA. Don't file 20 different EAs. That doesn't help you, doesn't help us. How you do this, you complete a separate Schedule D for each site. No, we're not interested in your capital gains. This is a piece of the Form 601. We recommend certain additional attachments just to help us with understanding it, and two in particular. One is and I'm going to go over what these are in just a moment, but one is a NEPA cover sheet, and the other is a TCNS summary. And the point of these is just so we can look at something quickly, know what are the bottom lines, and where do we go to find the documentation in this mass of EA and separate attachments. If you're attaching one, with multiple sites, and this really applies to multiple site ones, but if you've got, the answers aren't the same for all of them. Let's say you've got 20 of them and 15 of those sites are in a floodplain. The other 5 aren't in a floodplain, but they have adverse effect on historic properties. Give us 2 separate sheets so that we don't confuse them and it's just easier to read. I've attached, to help us understand this, and unfortunately you probably can't make it out very well on the screen, but we actually have better versions of these. They are attachments B and C to the guidance on the website. You don't have to use these templates exactly, but we thought that was the best way of illustrating what it is we're looking for. So the NEPA cover sheet, basically, this is just a list. Down the left side, we have listed each of the 8 or 9 triggers, designated wilderness area, designated wildlife preserve, etc. The next column is just a yes or no. Is this one that may have a significant impact? Was the criterion triggered? The second column is what pages in the EA is this addressed on? And the third one is what are the attachment numbers for the attachments that are relevant to it? The second one, this is just a second page because it would have been really, really small if we tried to fit it all on one screen. The second one is the TCNS cover sheet, and this just helps us go through, quickly get the summary information on how the process with the tribal nations was done. So the first column is tribe name for each tribe that was contacted about these sites. And then the next 4 columns, you would check off one of the 4 to indicate how the process was concluded with that particular tribe. Either they had the no reply means no interest notation in TCNS, they agreed that that it wasn't going to affect anything, or no further process was required. We would ask you to include also the date of that and the nature of their document memorializing it, whether it was a letter or a communication through TCNS or whatever it may have been. Third possibility is that they did not reply to contacts. You referred it to the FCC, and we didn't require any further participation, and we'd want the date referred for that. And then the fourth possibility is that the FCC reached a decision and give us the date on that one. I guess if there was an adverse effect agreement, that goes into the second column. And then finally, the last column is just where it's the supporting documentation in attachments to the EA. Okay, just the last little piece then. What do we do after we get an EA? How do we process these things? We place them on public notice. That routinely happens within 1 week after we receive it. It's a weekly batch type thing. Barring some sort of catastrophic computer breakdown, I can pretty much promise you it will happen within the week. It goes out for a 30-day comment period. That's in our rules. No flexibility there. During that 30-day period, if We will review it. If it appears that any of the information you gave us was incomplete, we will request that you give us information. If you come back with that information in a timely manner and it doesn't make any material change to the substance of the EA, that will not delay processing. We will not feel we have to, or in the ordinary case, put it out on public notice again. We'll still get it done in our usual time frames. This is something we do all the time. We're used to it. If we don't see any issues and there are no petitions to deny, we will ordinarily grant the FONSI within 45 days after when it went out on public notice. And petitions to deny on these in general are pretty rare. Usually if you're going to get one, you know that you've had public controversy ahead of time. You can anticipate. It's, in our experience, very unusual for a petition to deny to come out of nowhere. And finally, if you do get a petition to deny, you've got 20 sites in an EA, somebody says this one is a real problem, where there's a process you can use, and we can explain it at such time as you ever need it, where you can sever the thing. We can issue a FONSI for the 19 sites, and just the only, the one that's left is going to be held up for further processing. And here's some additional information and assistance. Some of it is the same ones that have been on other slides. Some of them are more specific to the ULS process. I do want to introduce Don Johnson, who's sitting next to me, attorney on my staff, who knows way more about licensing process than I ever will. So I did invite him to join me for this specific, in particular, if there are questions specific to the licensing process, he's likely to be able to answer them better than I am.
And unfortunately, Irene's not here because we would have both introduced you to
Irene's there, yeah, actually.
Oh,
yeah.
Is she there?
I see her there. Irene!
Come on up here.
Good thought.
And I got a KMZ clarification.
Oh, okay.
So while she's coming up.
Okay.
While Irene's coming up, I got a clarification from our technology staff. I'm intruding on Jeff's. On the KMZ, the Google Earth files, we're working on a solution, I'm told. I don't have an end date for you, but we're working on a solution to this, so you'll be able to submit KMZ files directly through TCNS to go to the tribes. The workaround now is still the same as I mentioned a few minutes ago, but with a caveat. Apparently, when you send a KMZ file, Google Earth file, through TCNS to go to the tribes, our staff in Gettysburg has to sort of hold that file. They have to manually scan the KMZ file you sent in. They said they print it out, scan it, and save it as a PDF. It would help a whole lot if you would sort of do that for us. So print, save the KMZ file as a PDF file and attach that, and then do what I asked a few minutes ago to send the tribe then the active KMZ file, the Google Earth file. Okay?
Okay.
And just housekeeping. So Irene's our analyst, and she's been doing EAs for how many years now?
Since you started it.
So good 10, 12, 14 years. Anyway, her number is 202-418-1315, and everyone calls her, whether the broadcasters, the media, the cell companies. She's talked to the railroad, some of the railroads before, etc. And she's super helpful. And if she can't answer your question, she'll probably say something like, well, let me ask Steinberg or Johnson. A lot of what Jeff went over, we talked about, is to make it, as Jeff said, very easy and quick, and very readable for Irene to process very quickly. I forgot her email address. Her email address is Irene, I-R-E-N-E Griffith, Griffith, at fcc.gov. And and in terms of, I know you're all familiar with Diane, and Diane is not only the sort of expert on the TCNS and E106, but she's essentially the Commission's expert on the ULS system too. So she's and she's got a great ULS staff, which Jeff put that out there to be helpful. So let's see. One question here is about ULS here, and it was a question: will each pole be considered a site, and we are limited? And are we still limited to 6 sites per 601 Schedule D application and call sign? From Norm Coltree at RCC. As Jeff pointed out, there is not a limitation. I believe you said 999 sites could potentially, and you can add them to the all up on the Schedule D. What Jeff was talking about was making sure that they were connected to the same the spectrum area. In other words, it would be the call sign that would be held by the specific call sign that PTC 220 would be listed for that area, and that's where the connection's made. And then as Jeff pointed out, you have a lead, sort of a lead, composite of the EA, and then just the attachments, so that you don't have to duplicate a bunch of.
Okay, I thought we were asking for a separate Schedule D for each site. Is that right? Or
we can. Well, let's. We'll clarify that, but I thought that you could add. Put it all together on each.
On one Schedule D. Okay. Again, this is.
But we'll clarify.
I don't know we'll clarify that, and we will clarify the guidance if that's not quite right.
Yeah, but either way, it doesn't affect how the number of sites and how quickly.
Yeah, you can definitely put multiple sites in the application. This is a question of how you fill out Schedule D, which
that's it.
We'll make sure we get to that right away if there's a conflict there. Okay, so that's a suggestion that wetland maps are often inaccurate, and the question is, if a map shows a site within a wetland, can it be shown that there is not, in fact, a wetland? We have, generally our rule has been, if it's in a wetland, it's in a wetland. I mean, if the Army Corps shows it as being in a wetland, then we take that. If we were to consider that in some kind of individual case that that it's being defined differently, then if we were to have a letter from the Army Corps saying that their map is wrong, I think that would do it. Mm-hmm. Short of that, I think it would be a first impression type of a case, and it might take you longer to get that resolved than to file the EA.
Right.
But again, the trigger, as we're applying it here, is their fill. So if you can show that you're not putting fill in, then that will satisfy for these PTC cases. Normally, if we require an EA when it's in a wetland, because normally for a big tower, we're assuming there's going to be some sort of fill if it's in a wetland. This one's an important question here, and I apologize. I think it's a clarification maybe that needs to be made on what I said before on the issue that if the applicants don't have an FRN, there was did I understand that some railroads may not have an FRN? If so, how would they use TCNS and E106? So I do need to clarify that. Anyone can get an FRN. That's really easy to do. To do your TCNS and E106, if you don't have one, there's a simple process on our website, which Diane talked about earlier, to get one. And then if you do the necessary contact to trigger it, you can file TCNS and E106. To file the EA on Form 601, it has to be associated with the Spectrum license that was already granted on a previous Form 601. In order to do that, you need to know the specific FRN that was used to get that license. And that's what we're saying that individual railroads may not have, and that triggers this process. But in order to use TCNS and E106, if you don't have an FRN, all you got to do is get one, and then you can do it. Right. Okay. Now, for sites located in a floodplain, we'd be required to submit flood elevation certificates and drawings. I think the key part of this is the second part. If the pole and equipment cannot be placed on ground that is 1 foot above the floodplain. I think if it's not a foot above the floodplain, then we have more difficult issues to deal with. I mean, if you've got something from, well, we'll deal with that. If you've got a specific case, we'll have to deal with that in a specific case, because normally we just require that it be 1 foot above the floodplain, and we've never run into any problems with that. So, this is basically about relying on the Army Corps' NEPA review for cases involving wetland fill. And again, we generally do our own NEPA review in those cases. We need an EA that satisfies our requirements. If you did an EA or an EA was done for the Army Corps, you can submit that EA to us and supplement it with anything that's necessary to fulfill our requirements, but you don't need to, if the Army Corps did everything that we require, and you did our 106 process, just sort of tack on the 106 documentation to the EA that you did with Army Corps, and we'll look at it that way rather than make you recreate the whole thing.
Right.
I think that pretty much covered. I've got one question, completely left over from an earlier panel, but it's a quickie on a subject that we addressed previously about tribes, whether tribes can request fees for review of excluded sites. And I believe what I said earlier on that is that we don't anticipate, ordinarily that's something that, that we think would be supported. Certainly if cases, we'll consider clarifying guidance on that point. We are considering some clarifications, but, in the interim, if cases do come up, we would take a look at them, but we're likely to be offering some additional general guidance on that point. Looks like there may be one more coming, and then we can move on to wrapping up.
Yes.
I think this is more or less the same question. If a site shows up within a mapped wetland, but a field visit determines no wetland is present, we would still want it addressed on the basis of a wetland being present. If someone wanted to pose the question to us formally, we would take it under consideration, but that's that's a rules interpretation process. It's not something that we can. It's not just a process question, so I don't think it's something we could quickly come up with an answer on. Okay, the last thing we just have on the agenda is pretty free-form, is working with FCC staff. I'm going to invite Steve, Anne Marie. I don't see any other FCC staff in the room who are involved in it. Oh, Diane as well. The staff involved in the day-to-day process, just if anyone wants to offer some quick thoughts on, how to work with us. I think what I'm going to say is, I'm sure what everybody else is going to repeat, and which you've heard several times before. If you have questions, ask. We try to be very responsive. usually better to ask the person who's on the line rather than me about how do we deal with a question. But I'm open as well as someone to talk to. Just more efficient to talk to the person you're dealing with directly. And I'll let the other folks down the line just if they have any brief thoughts to add to that. We'll just go in order, I guess.
Call Diane.
Yeah, call Diane.
Actually, if you want to, we've said a bit about this before, but if we could each talk about which particular types of questions or processes.
Yeah. If you have questions regarding any of the tribes, I call them constantly, so feel free to give me a call, Anne-Marie Vipievsky.
Again, I work with the TCNS and E106 systems themselves. So if you're having issues with the system or any particular filing that you're trying to submit or have submitted, and need us to look into any of the corrections or issues or changes you need to make, use the eSupport online request link. And we will, they come directly to my division, and we will get back to you as soon as we can as far as mitigation for whatever issue you have.
Okay. I handle a wide range of questions. So if there are questions about who to contact at the tribe or a TCNS filing, talk to Anne-Marie, then Anne-Marie she and I will work it out and figure out which one of us should call, because if it's a technical question about an archaeological report, documentation for an historic property, a TCP, those kinds of things, I'm the one who's ultimately going to answer the question. And questions about CHIPOs, about historic properties, about professional qualifications, all those things, they'll come to me. I used to give my phone number. My phone number's on the notepads, so feel free to give me a call if you want. But my preference is for you to send me an email so I have a record of the question and I can see what it is that you're asking. So my email address is Stephen, STEPHEN, .delsordo, DELSORDO, @fcc.gov, and my business cards are on both of the tables by each of the exit doors. So feel free to take those. Great.
Irene Griffith, and I do the EAs. If you have any questions, if it got in there right, if something's wrong, please give me a call or email me, and I'll be glad to help you. Or if you want to know when's it going to come off, when you're going to get your FONSI, please call me or email. I'll be glad to help you. I don't want them to fall in the cracks.
I don't have much more to add to that. And Irene, as I said, if she has any question, she always will ask either Jeff or me. And so my number is 202-418-7444. But in the first instance, Irene probably can answer your question.
What kind of questions to come to each of us with? All right, and Jeff Blackwell rejoined us, so he'll say a couple words about ONAP.
As always, you can reach out to us. Steve prefers email. I'm inundated by email. I'm happy, actually, for you to have my mobile phone number if you need to reach me. That is 202-253-4846. And I just want to say that I think that the work that we are all doing together here at the Commission, we were speaking at lunch about the importance, the critical importance of positive train control. And in ONAP, we certainly understand that this is perhaps very likely the most important public safety deployment in our careers that we have the opportunity to work on. So I look forward to working with you. For those who have any questions for us, you know that we pay a part of Jeff and WTB's infrastructure team, work closely with them, but always happy to be of assistance if you're having particular issues with tribal nations or questions about how to work with tribes, or just as an additional resource for you as well. I would mention a couple of folks also who work with me in ONAP. Irene Flannery is our deputy chief, and Rebecca Douglas Their contact information is the same construct as everyone's here, first name dot last name, and you can pull it down from the internet. Our main number in the Office of Native Affairs and Policy, sometimes in our work, we are charged with trying to bring the modern telecommunications to parts of the country that do not have them. So sometimes in our work, we're actually off the grid. So I'll give you also the main number in ONAP. We always leave contact information for folks who can track us down. That is 202-418-2920. So thank you very much.
Okay. We had one more question that came in, which we'll quickly address, and then we'll wind up.
Yeah, a question again about wetlands, and it was, do the wetlands have to be a jurisdictional water body wetland, and does impacts to wetlands include isolated non-jurisdictional wetlands? And as Jeff pointed out, what we have used for EAs is to look at the objective USACE maps that outline wetlands, and that's how we, if you're inside one of those distinctions that USACE makes, file an EA. So it's pretty clear.
Okay, we're winding up in a more timely manner today than we did yesterday, so I'm glad to take the opportunity this time to actually thank some people by name. First of all of the panelists for the whole day, who I am not going to name at this point because you've already gotten their names, but we've had panelists from across the country, from across town, from across the hall, but they've all contributed, and we really appreciate all the work that everybody did into putting this. Again, I want to acknowledge Steve. It was his idea to start holding these workshops 3 years ago. He came through with the suggestions for how to organize this year, and particularly the second day that we put into place for PTC. Steve took the lead on getting panelists lined up, coming up with suggestions for panels. So he's really central figure here. I want to acknowledge Angela DeMay, our intern for the summer, who a law student who has been doing a lot of not particularly law student work on putting this together, and I hope that she feels she's been learning from it anyway, but has been the critical force in putting this together. Jim Swartz, who's been our MC for the day, along with all the other things he does to support us. Someone who isn't here, Cecilia Solhoff. This year is the first time that we have tried to put these workshops on without Cecilia actually on site, making sure that everything goes smoothly. She is taking a well-earned vacation this week, but she was, as always, invaluable in her assistance in helping us put the logistics together, not only doing work ahead of time, but giving us very detailed lists of all the things we would need to be aware of in the days leading up to the workshops and on the day of the workshops. So in absentia, great thanks to Cecilia. Bridget Calamus and others who have stepped in and done some of the things Cecilia would ordinarily have done. The folks who were taking questions, first of all, looking at the questions as they came in, primarily Dana Beta, who had to leave early today, and Don. We're doing a lot of that. Erin Gundelsberger, Lila Hatta, I hope I pronounced that right, who were among the people monitoring the screen and taking your questions on index cards. Roger Goldblatt and all of his staff from CGB, who, again, did a lot of the logistics, taking questions, sitting at the desk. I don't know all of your names, so I can't thank you individually, but thanks to all of you, Jeff Reardon and the AV staff, and finally all of you who were asking us great questions all day, or even if you were just listening. This would not be very rewarding for us or very productive if we didn't have a great audience, both those of you here in person and on the web, so you deserve all of our thanks as well. enjoyed spending the day with all of you, or the 2 days for those of you who were together. If you're out of town and traveling back home, have safe journeys. And as everyone has been saying, we're going to be doing a lot of working together. I hope that these last couple of days, particularly today, have helped us all get to know each other better, as well as just the learning process, and that this will put us off on the right foot for continuing to work together well and getting what everybody needs to be done so that positive train control can be safely and timely deployed. Thank you.